All right. Woo! We are finally live with Matt Hay. This is Zombiepalooza Radio Live. I am your host. At least I think so. My name is Jackie Chin. So lovely to have the notorious Matt Hay here. I have a lot of other things I've got to do to bring up because we got an interesting start today. Go ahead and tell them who you are, what you do, and what your latest work, where it's from. Go.
Hi there. My name's Matt Hay. I'm from Livingston in Scotland. I'm a part-time independent writer. I'm with Optimus Maximus Publishing. And my latest work is I've got two short stories in Maximus Shock anthology. One of them is called Mannequin, and the other one is called A Wolf in Sheep's Clothes. I'm not a Viking, really. I just thought I'd put this on.
I love that, though. It's cool. Shows a little bit of your personality. All right, so go ahead and give us a little bit of a breakdown on the two short stories that you have within this work from Maximus. Shock. Optimus Maximus Press. I'll get it right. Help me out here.
Optimus
Maximus Publishing. Christina is right. The lovely lady that runs that publishing house. So let us get into what your first piece in this book is and give me a little bit of a rundown on what we may find.
Yep, the first piece in this is called Mannequin. The story is about a store manager called Brian. He's a bit run down. Brian's your typical hard worker. He's trying to. He's going through a divorce with his wife. His son lives with his wife. He's running low on money. He works all the hours under the sun, and he finds himself overworked. Fell asleep at the store. Goes downstairs for a coffee and meets his storeman Joe. The power goes off. They go down to investigate, and they meet lots of creepy mannequins, half human, half store dummy mannequins, various forms throughout the store.
So tell me a little bit about the concept of this particular piece and its creepy nature. Where'd you get the idea?
Well, the idea's been in my weird brain, I suppose. I was writing a novel last year.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the idea of the novel was to do something with the store dummies, hang them from ceilings or something like that. Still probably going to do that, but I put a pause on that. I took ill last year. And Christina said, do you fancy doing a short story for the anthology? She'd heard that I'd done some writing. I'd been sort of hanging about with some of our authors. I knew Ricky Fleet quite well. Hung about with Christina at an online release event, got to know Christina quite well. So she asked if I fancied writing a couple of short stories. So I took what was in my head with regards to mannequins and turned it into a short story.
And your second one in this book, I know that it's definitely a little different. It's actually really different than your first piece. Give us a little detail about what the second piece is.
I like to think of it as a dark fairy tale. What we've got is we've got a half wolf, a half sheep. The story starts off as a sheep, and the sheep's herd is being, or flock, however you want to call it, has been terrorized by a group of men, humans, and it sees members of his herd getting slaughtered, and it kind of goes feral, I suppose is the best term for it. It goes a wee bit Raj. Excuse me, that's a Glasgow word, Raj. And its feral instinct comes out, turns into this sort of wolf-type creature, sheep-wolf-type creature, and goes and exacts its revenge on these humans. And then from there, it begins a kind of journey after being rejected by its herd to find out who it is. And essentially, there's a young girl called Pauline who ends up on top of the wolf sheep, and her mother, Anna, goes out to look for her, and it kind of takes it from there. There's lots of twists and turns. I've tried to introduce quite a few different elements into it. Kind of tried to make it dark as well, yeah.
Very cool. All right, so we have some questions from a number of people that want to know a little bit more about how Matt Hay ticks and how he does what he does. So we have Robin Appello, I should say. Can you have Matt Hay say heathen in a Scottish accent?
Robin, you're a heathen.
I know he is. I see you. We see you over there, Robin. All right. So Gail Jones New. Would you ever write a story with the clown as the main character?
I think Gail kind of knows I've got a fear of clowns. I don't like clowns at all. I find them really, really creepy. I'm actually quite sick in the head and thinking, well, if I can write a story about mannequins, and why not about clowns? But I definitely won't rule out writing stories about clowns. Although I think it's a bit cliched these days. There's a lot of people out there that write stories about clowns. So if I was going to do a story about a clown, it would be something different. It'd be something that's not been done before. So, but yeah.
All right. So this lady by the name of Christina Hargis Smith, I don't know who that is. She wants to know, what genre have you enjoyed writing the most? I hear you're writing a horotica story. How is that happening?
I actually enjoy writing horror the most there. The horotica came about. Well, part of the Maximus Shock thing was to do Monster Mash. So the one I've done, as you know, is cross between a wolf and a sheep. One of the ideas that I had was doing a half spider, half worm, and I'd mucked about with it. Half spider, half worm, sperm, and I thought, well, what's a sperm? I thought, well, we can maybe set that in the red light district of Amsterdam, make it a wee bit sexual. I thought, okay, I didn't know Christina at the time, so I thought it's probably not a good idea to approach her with that type of story. And then we were kind of mucking about in the Coffee and Darkness, the MP Readers group, and I kind of said to her, this is what I originally had, and she says, well, I actually quite like it. Do you fancy writing it? Maybe give it away as a competition or something. So yeah, I'm about 3/4 of the way through that at the moment. Sent the first half into Christina to have a look at. The feedback I got was, you may have a career as an erotica writer.
Very, very cool. All right, I have a question from David Dougal, and he wants to know, what inspired you to write your own book stories, and how did it feel to see them get published?
I've always wanted to write. Kind of always wanted to do it. I've looked at English literature courses. I've always looked at ways of writing. I did stand-up comedy, wrote my own stand-up comedy when I was back in my 20s. Wrote some sitcoms a wee bit later. I've written some articles for baseball blogs. So I thought, I'm going to sit down, get some stories together, get it on paper. And this has been kind of the end result. And as for feeling about getting something published, it's best feeling in the world, to be honest. To actually see your name in print, it is a dream come true. I mean, I don't care what MD says, that's the ultimate thing. It really is. And hopefully it's just the start.
Very good, very good. So this lady by the name of Gail Jones New wants to know, how do you keep track of your ideas, plot lines, inspirational thoughts? Are you always thinking of something that you're writing, or do you have a discipline? Do you have to discipline yourself to sit down and write?
I'm always thinking of something, but if I've got ideas, I'll write them down. Wonders of modern technology is, if I've got a phone, I'll maybe send myself an email. if I'm at work, for example, I'll jot something down at work and then email it to myself. I have to be disciplined at writing, because if I'm not disciplined, then nothing gets written. So I have specific times due to my work life, my life with my family, where I can sit down and I just have time to sit and write and just get things down on paper. Yeah.
Very cool. All right. So, author Keith Montgomery, he wants to know, would you be willing to do a crossover book with any of your fellow OMP authors? If so, who would it be?
All of them. I would love to do something with all of them. Having met each and every one of them. Keith, I would love to do with. I've read Keith's book, Sanjin Chronicles, fantastic book. His Vampire Villain Anna is fantastic, and Keith's a great author. He's a great writer. Ricky Fleet, he does zombie series books, Hellspawn. I met Ricky last week, early in the week actually, down in Bournemouth. He's a really nice guy. Would love to do something. Ricky, Chris Garson, he did Pert Mar Detective. He'd be great to write with. He's a fantastic guy. Lots of good ideas, and Emir Scalogna, the Gore Master himself. That guy's, what goes on in his head with the blood that goes on paper, amazing. And to do something with Emir would be amazing as well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, let me see if there's any other questions. Did you have any questions from people that were did not hit this list yet?
I've not seen any others that didn't hit the list. I think the last one I saw was Keith's. There might have been another one after that from David Dougal again, maybe.
Okay, good. All right, so besides coming on crazy shows like this, what else do you do? I know that you have an interesting background. I seem to recall a bit of comedy.
Yes, I said it earlier. When I was in my early 20s, I went along to a few comedy workshops that ran at the Stand Comedy Club in Edinburgh. Learned how to do some stand-up comedy, wrote my own material, and did about 6 months worth of shows at various clubs in Edinburgh and Glasgow. They were 5-minute pieces, but it was all my own material that was written, and I got reasonable feedback from it. Unfortunately, again, life took over, and I wasn't able to follow that through. But I've thoroughly enjoyed doing stand-up comedy, and certainly anybody who wants to do stand-up comedy, it's great for nerves. It really is.
I have dabbled a little bit in that, but I'm like, nah, I'm going to leave this to somebody else, because it takes a lot. It takes a lot to be able to go out there and do that. And you're like standing there in front of all of these people, and they have no idea whom you are, or, you know, what you're doing. So yeah, no pressure. What I would like to know, what I'd like to know now is, what do you find as a way to be able to write well? Do you have anything that you use? Do you have a go-to, something that helps you write better? Or do you just what?
I write to music. Probably most people, writers, do that. I write to music. I like to have something going on in the background. I have a bit of a wandering attention, so I like to have something there that I can focus on as well as writing. I started off as a kind of, I think they call it a free writer,
Right.
where it just came from the head onto the paper without the plot. You kind of had a rough idea of what was going on. I did that with my first one installed, so I will go back to that and properly plot it out. With the novel I'm writing just now with Christina, who's editing it as I'm writing it, I've got the characters done properly in advance, proper synopsis, got proper plot down, and I'm writing in a more structured approach that way, and I'm finding it easier to write. with that more structured approach. So I think I'm probably going to adopt that to other work where I've stalled, because I seem to be enjoying that structured approach more.
Very cool. What has been one thing that you have learned about yourself since you started this writing process?
I have developed skills I didn't think I had. I've learned how to self-edit. I've learned to be a bit more brave about myself as well. It's psychologically, writing's tough. It really is. You've got a lot of voices in your head that keep telling you things that aren't true at all, and you have to sit there and tell them they're not true. You need to tell those voices to shut up. I think what the great thing about that sort of battle there is being able to conquer those demons, being able to get your stuff out to a publisher, and that publisher saying, I enjoyed that, that's good work. And that's the kind of thing you learn about yourself, is being able to get yourself out there and essentially have that confidence to say, right, okay, I can take that criticism and move on.
Absolutely. And the other thing about what I know about your character is that you don't get frazzled really easy, and you are able to kind of like go with the flow of things, and I appreciate that. I have someone that I would like for you to meet. I don't know if you know him or not yet, but I think you may. His name is Duncan Bradshaw. Welcome, Duncan.
Hello, how you doing? All right?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
Tired.
Yes. I totally understand that. All right, so going over to Matt Hay, where exactly are you calling in from?
Me, I'm calling from a place called Livingston. Livingston's about 10-15 miles outside of Edinburgh in Scotland.
Very cool. And what time is it over there?
Currently, let's have a look. It is 2 a.m.
All right.
It's very dark.
Okay, so Duncan, do you know Matt Hay yet?
I've heard the name before. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. Very cool. Part of the reason why I like to bring people on like this is to be able to get them to meet each other and help them to do some networking. So go ahead, Duncan, and first tell us where you're calling from and what time it is there, and then give us a little bit of background on who you are and what you create.
So I'm Duncan Bradshaw. I live in Chippenham, which is in southern England. And again, it's 2 a.m. just over here as well. And it's equally lovely outside. It's just over there. I've been writing for a couple of years, mainly sort of zombie stuff. But again, it's sort of a mix of comedy, horror, and a bit of bizarro thrown in as well. So pretty much anything my cook up, really. So, and try and actually go and put down to paper to actually make it come real. So.
All right, so let's see. I've got you did send your email to me, right, Duncan?
Yep.
Cool. I can't find it. There it is. See, it's going. This is my first rodeo. I've never done this before. Everybody is just kind of be like, "What the heck?" All right, so I have your. You know what? When I get emails now, what it does is, especially if there are links in there, it'll go right to your web page when I open it up, instead of going to your blog site. All right, your latest work, Duncan, is Chump, a collection of zombie stories.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this.
So basically, there's a convention in England called the Festival of Zombie Culture, which is held every year. Last year was the 10th. and it's run by a guy called Zombie Ed. Surprisingly, he's a zombie. Otherwise, it's a bit of a rubbish name. And basically, I got invited back last year. I was there the year before, and I kind of just wanted to make sure that when I actually turned up, I had something a bit different and new, because otherwise I'd just been rocking up with the same books. And I had one short story, and I just thought, well, let's just go write a few more. And one thing I think about whenever you speak to people, they've always got their own favourite films. They've always got their own favourite ways. They've got their own particular isms and stuff like that. So, for example, I'm a big Romero fan. I don't really like the zombies that run. It doesn't really make a great deal of sense to me. But, of course, some people just go, you know what, they have to run. So I thought, you know what, okay, fair enough. I want to suspend my disbelief at that, and actually I'm going to write a story for you about the zombies that run, even though it makes no sense. So I did that. And then another friend of mine, a guy called Thomas Flowers over in the States, he's been at me for years to go and write a zombie story set in the Wild West. I've never had the time. So again, I just thought, well, you know, why not? So I just used all these tiny little things to go and just try and influence me to go and just write these little stories that otherwise I never would have had the time to do. And I've even managed to throw in a story about a zombie fish.
Now we have these carp fish that
it's deadly serious, obviously.
But we have these carp fish that have come from Asia, and these things, somebody had found one of them that was like 15 pounds, and it crawled out of the water. And it was still alive, and I'm thinking, it's 15 pounds. I am really glad that a lot of the times I carry a knife that's about that big, and so that's really not too far from being true. Yikes.
For me, like I say, I just wanted to do a story about a zombie animal of some description, and I just wanted. I'm a little silly. Come across very well. Actually, it does. So I just thought the silliest thing I could find would be the thing that is not actually, you know, because a lot of people do like zombie dogs, Resident Evil. You've got obviously zombie beavers, which was awful. You've got zombie sheep from Black Sheep. I just thought, what's the one thing which is somewhere that normal people normally would actually get you? I mean, it's not going to jump out of the water and actually go and start, you know, flapping around the place. So I just thought the zombie fish would be cool. And then it just let me be silly, and I like being silly.
You know what? A lot of times what we do is we have creatives that come in that have, you know, very, very serious jobs to do, and it's very high stress. And one of the things that they love about apocalyptic work is that it'll probably never happen. They can make whatever they want happen, you know, within logistics, and then they have something that's cool, and so they put it out there, and they have an audience for it. It's amazing. We eat that stuff like brain candy because it is fun, right,
Yep.
Matt?
Yep, indeed. It's great fun. Everyone loves zombies. Everyone loves post-apocalyptic. And everyone loves to escape from the pathetic job. So in my case, a very pathetic job. So
well, sometimes, you know, you got to do what you got to do because you need food and you need a roof and all of that other fun stuff. And if you have littles, you know, you gotta do for them too. So why not create something that is really fun that you can help to pay for that, you know, and make it enjoyable for everybody. So I would like to go over to Matt, and I want to ask you how Christina found you, and what did you think when she said, yes, we want both of your works for this particular anthology?
Christina found me in a sense. She had an online release party for 4 of her authors. and I attended that online release party. I knew of Optimus Maximus Publishing through Ricky Fleet already. He's the primary author there, and I met each of the authors, interacted with them, got to know Christina, found out that she had roots back in Scotland. I hunted out sort of clan badges, whatnot with her, and I then kind of fell ill. She was checking in on me when I was ill, and then when I became well again, she kind of said, "Look, I'm looking for people to write in the story. I like the way you kind of rock and roll. Would you be interested?" And I said, "Yes, I very much would be." So I went away and to go and write the stories. It was a very short time scale. It was about 7 weeks to get both stories into her. And when the first one came back, and she said, "Yeah," and came back with the edits, I do believe I danced around my living room. It was the arms went up in the air, kind of like that.
So did you have did you have, my husband fancies wearing a kilt, and it's one of those really heavy industrial ones. I swear the thing could have probably stood by itself if put it out of the box. He basically did the same thing, but in a kilt when he found out his story was picked up, and I'm like, okay, should have got a picture of that. That's how he told me, because I didn't know. That's how he came down and told me he had a nice shirt on and he had his kilt on, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then he starts dancing around the room, and I'm like, "I got picked up. Don't tell anybody I said that, though."
I was in Cookie Monster Orange Pants. Does that help?
Right. All right. So we're gonna go over to Duncan. Duncan, your book, Chump. Who is the publisher for this work?
That's I put it out myself through my own company called IQ Productions. I used to be a small press in the UK called Sinister Horror Company, and it just got to a place last year where, for various reasons, I just wanted to go out and do my own thing, really. So, fortunately, at no point have I danced in my pants in the living room. Although I have been tempted a number of times, and after hearing that, it sounds like a lot of fun. So I think I might actually do that, like when the post arrives, like on Monday or something like that.
All right, so you have, and I'm going through your page, Duncan, and I've heard of 28 Days Later. I've heard of let's see, I've heard of 28 Days, then 28 Days Later, but you have 28 Seconds Later.
Yeah, but I say that was basically the story where, for me, okay, I sound a little bit like a psycho. When I ask people what their favorite zombie film is, and I expect like Dawn of the Dead or 3 or Wormwood or something like that, when they turn around to me and say 28 Days Later, I take a breath, I look them dead in the face, and I say very calmly, 28 Days Later is not a zombie film. And then after I've calmed down a little bit, because I'm shouting at this point, they ask me, "You're blatantly insane. 28 Days Later had plenty of zombies in it, so go around eating people." And I say, "You're a funny person. I really admire you as a human being. One slight little thing, they're not zombies. People, they're still alive." And then we get into the whole debate about, the genesis of a zombie and high eating, that sort of thing. But really, zombie is the animated dead.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not dead.
And there is a difference. Yeah. All right. So, Matt, what do you think about this animated people versus zombies? Have you seen 28 Days Later?
Yeah, and there's kind of 3 theories on this one, if you want to put it that way. You've got the non-zombie, which is the infected people kind of turning into something. which some people call zombies, but they're just really infected people walking about, not got control of their body, the infection. There is people who die due to the infection and then come back to life again as zombies with the infection controlling them.
Right.
Technically, they're zombies because they are dead and they've reanimated. And then there's the third type, which is kind of your zombie flesh eaters type, which is the dead rising from the grave, and they're the cooler types. There's to be honest, rotten corpses walking across Brooklyn Bridge, can't beat it.
Yeah, man.
All right. Let's see what else you have. Okay, so once you left Sinister Horror Company, and you decided to put a workout on your own as an indie person, press, all of that kind of thing, because it's still a little bit of the same there. It's published by you.
Yep.
What did you feel about doing it that way? Was it something about being able to feel more in control of what you had, or what was that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's whenever I start writing, and actually coalesces into a book itself, I always have an image in my mind about how it actually is going to turn out, and it's not necessarily just the story; it's the actual physical product. So, for instance, I love comics. I always remember as a kid, we used to go and get like £1 for our pocket money each week. So I take it down the shops, and this is, I'm going to show my age now. So with that £1, I could actually buy a comic, some football stickers, which is always a good thing, and a couple of chocolate bars. And I'd have about 10p change, which I'd save up, and then about every few weeks I'd buy more football stickers, because you kind of have to. Especially getting like the silver badges for Scottish teams like St Mirren and stuff like that. They were always really good. And I just love comics, and yeah, as well. I used to get like 2000 AD. God, just basically whatever took my fancy. So I've always kind of got in my mind's eye that it's kind of words meet pictures. And the thing is, I cannot draw for the life of me. Artistically gifted, I'm about as artistically gifted as a stone at the bottom of a canal or something, covered in moss, with no hands.
But you write like amazing, so I wouldn't worry too much about that.
I know, but that's the thing. It's just, I just really wish that, because kind of get in my mind's eye as well about how it actually looks and all this sort of stuff. Right. So I kind of have to rely on someone else to actually make it come to life. So like I said, I wanted like I've got a tiny bit part character in one of the stories, who's a lady who was holding a sign advertising a cocktail bar. But she was bitten, and then she became a zombie. So I just thought it's ludicrous, because one thing you got to bear in mind is obviously whatever you wear and then you become a zombie, that's what you're going to wear for the rest of your entire time until someone stoves your head in with an axe or something like that. And I just thought, be there they were naked. I mean, let's not even go there for right now, because I'm wearing clothes and stuff. But you got to bear in mind that people are going to be there and they're just their well, but they could be wearing all sorts, and I just thought, what's the really silliest thing someone could be wearing? And I just thought, how about they're dressed as a bear?
What do you think about that, Matt? Do you like that?
Oh, I love that. The sillier the better, to be honest.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, you see people out on stag do's, hen do's, wearing all sorts of silly outfits, rabbits, bear suits. Why not? Yeah. You got to have people wearing stupid things, so yeah.
Yeah, we're not all going to be like in suits and dresses and all of that kind of thing. We're going to be dressed a little different, show our personality. Exactly. Sometimes what I do is when I go out in the mall before my husband goes to work, we usually go grab some coffee. And I look at some of these people and I'm like, dude, you went out like that you know that if anything really bad happens, like somebody bites you or something, and you turn into this. So yeah, I guess we're in our own tribe here right now. So we get each other. Do you ever run into, though, anyone, either one of you, that says you have such a gift for writing? Why are you writing such dreck?
After you, Matt.
Ever happened to you?
No.
Good.
To be honest, I and writing in the genre that I'm in, probably the only person who probably doesn't understand the genre is my wife, who just doesn't like horror. So I've got a wife that doesn't do horror at all. So I use other people to bounce ideas off and things like that. But she understands what I do. She doesn't turn around and say, yeah, you're writing rubbish, or why are you writing in this genre? She just kind of thinks, yeah, it's cool, you're writing, well done.
That's great. That's amazing, because I've had people on here who have said that their own flesh and blood that they live with criticizes them because they should be doing more. They should be doing something else. And being in a situation like that, I think would kind of take away from what you're trying to do, because you want people that care about you to be excited about what you're doing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've got to say, I'm pretty much the same as Matt, to be honest. I mean, my wife hates horror. Even things like when The Walking Dead's on, for instance, I very rarely watch it when she's around. And the times I do, though, she's there on her iPad, and she's kind of like this. And I see her keep looking up. I'm like, well, why don't you just watch it? She's like, oh, I can't. It's just, it's going to scare me and stuff. But to her credit, everything I've written, she always reads.
Congratulations! That's awesome.
Exactly. And like I say, and it's great because like I say, I'm quite lucky because as my writing's a bit silly, and she kind of gets the little in jokes that I put in and stuff like that as well. And I think it's about a year ago. Someone asked me a question. Actually, I saw it online. It said, "Who do you write for?" And they said that you always write for one person who is not yourself. And I was there going, well, that's rubbish. I'm done right for me, everything I write just for me. And then I realised that I'm actually writing for her, because whenever I'm thinking, and she's reading it, she's always next to me on the sofa, you see. So she's just there. She's not actually there right now. That's weird. I'm going to pretend she's there, okay? So she's asleep right now. If she's awake, this will be scary. Cheers, Matt. Yeah. I'm watching The Walking Dead, and she is a real person, by the way. I'm not imaginary wife, just pretending. I'm watching The Walking Dead, and she's there reading, and I can hear her laugh. I was like, she's laughing, and I say, but it's good because then that's the thing. And Matt might feel this as well. Being a writer, I write and I spend ages doing it, and then you put it out into the world and you go, wow, that's really cool.
Yep.
You get to see people's reactions when they're reading your stuff. And I'm sat there and I'm watching, the hockey or The Walking Dead, and I can hear a laugh. And I go, hey, sweet, what's making you laugh? I can actually get interaction from her as to what bit in that story is actually working or what's not, or this, that, and the other. And again, I appreciate that humour is a very personal thing, and what makes one person laugh, another person's going to go, that face,
Mm-hmm.
That's my normal working face. But again, it's just good to get that feedback,
Yeah, and you know what? You've touched on something that is kind of cool, because if you can get someone to read your stuff or watch your stuff, say if you're doing like film or something like that, or in the situation where you're having someone watch The Walking Dead, where you take it relatively serious, and she's just looking at it like, this really, it gets you to see whether or not their reaction is, I guess is genuine to, of course, what they're seeing, because for them it's kind of like so far out of their mindset that they would never go there. But you also can get that for that kind of a reaction for work that you're putting out there with someone who isn't into the genre, and if they say, dang, that's scary, or really, are you kidding, this doesn't make any sense, or that they enjoy what the line is, then that's a really good thing.
Yeah, definitely. But as I say, I think, I don't have my experiences. Not, even with beta readers and stuff like that. Everyone is unique. So I used to really worry. So I used to give stories to a number of people. They'd always come back to me saying, I really like this bit, or this bit was, I didn't really get this bit, or this. And ultimately, you have to bear in mind at the end of the day that the only person who has to be happy with it is yourself.
Exactly.
So you can take all this feedback board and people come up with the best critique and the best feedback, but ultimately, it's my name on the story. And if I want to go and have a bit in there about someone that has a big poo and a fish swims out of their poo and eats them, I haven't done that, but I could do. Don't you nick it, Matt, because I swear to God, otherwise we're going to have issues. All right.
Zombie fish poo.
Yeah. But do you know what I mean? And it's just ultimately my gateway is me.
Right.
So ultimately, it doesn't matter if 10 people out of 10 don't like that one little thing. If I do, I'm going to put it in there, and that is my gateway, and that's because ultimately it's my name on the story, and I'm a stubborn little so and so with a silly face.
I think it's lovely. All right, so talk to me about Hexagram.
Yeah. It's like I don't have children. It's probably a good job now that you've met me again, Jackie, because this is like the third time, I think. Matt, this is the first. Sorry, but I don't have kids. It's for the good of the world. Peculiar. But Hexagram, when I wrote it, is pretty much my favourite child. If I had, say, 3 children, and I only had enough food for one of them, I would feed. And it's a damn shame that I learned a lesson with this. But when I put it out into the world, I was there going, this is like the best thing I've ever written. It's got a variety of styles in it. There's no zombies in it for one. And I was like, but it was like the best thing I've written. I was really pumped and then I released it and people going, I prefer class 3, or I prefer this, and I'm like, but it's layered, it's like an onion, a beautiful onion. There's all these, you take a little bit off and there's always meaning and subtext, and it's grand in scale. And people going, yes, right. So Spanish people, they don't say mate. I'm like, do you understand the Spanish have like 17 words for friend? And again, I'll get the look then about 28 days later thing, and then I better go and sort of, a little place under the cupboard again.
Oh God, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. All right, so this also coincides with the 10th anniversary of the Festival of Zombie Culture in November. So, talk to me about the Festival of Zombie Culture. You guys have a lot of this going on in your country. So, why do you think that they are so wound for doing this?
Well, see, this guy called Zombie Head, and I've heard about him. I don't know. I think he's got his own site called Terror for Fun, and he just goes around all the time dressed as a zombie, and I mean that's dedication. waking up as a zombie, going to bed as a zombie, eating his dinner as a zombie. I mean, that's just kind of dedication. And so I always knew that when I started writing, I wanted to get into that kind of thing. I just pestered him, really. It's pretty much like a really needy younger brother, and like poking him.
So there is a group
until it ends.
Thank you for that. So there's a group called Ginger Nuts of Horror, and about Hexagram, they said it is an exciting ride with plenty of shocks, scares, and nastiness to please even the most hardened horror fan.
Yeah. Again, let's say for my silliness, Hexagram is my sort of straightest book. For some reason, I do kind of go a bit into like blood and guts and gore and stuff like that. I've got one reviewer, a guy over in the States, Greg, who does a site called Two Book Lovers Reviews, and he says that he very rarely goes between reading a book where you literally laugh in 1 minute and then the next sentence you're on the verge of throwing up. I think it's a skill.
It is.
My HR manager at work wouldn't think so, but I mean, it's a skill.
Absolutely, because people are eating this thing up. All right, so you also released Prime Directive in was that May 30th of 2016?
Yeah, that was end of May last year.
Yeah. Talk to me about Prime Directive.
So I was writing one book, and last year I've learned one valuable lesson. Again, Matt might really join in a minute. So whenever I get one idea, I'm good, and I'm then typing away. And then suddenly, about a week or so into it, I've got I'm caning it, 30,000 words, and then this tiny little idea comes into my head, and it goes about me, and I'm like, I can't because I'm kind of doing this, and he goes, write about me now, don't you? And I'm like, I can't. I'm just and that's what Prime Directive was. It started from one line, and that was, why don't you take your helmet off, Dana? It's basically his computer animated, this automated voice. Why don't you take your helmet off, Dana? And that's what I said to my wife non-stop for an entire day.
I'm surprised.
You can tell how happy she was with me.
I'm sure that she really wanted to take your head off and your helmet and everything else off after that.
Oh, it was that. Even when we were in bed, I just go up to her and say, "Why don't you take your helmet off, Debbie?" And she's like, "Why don't you just shut up?" So yeah, and but again, that's how all my ideas start. You see, it's just like one line, and that's how I need to start my story. I have to have the opening line, and it wasn't when you take your helmet off. Then that comes later on. But then from there, it just. I had all these little ideas about I love space and that sort of stuff, and I had all these little ideas about space discovery and Mars and this alien being and stuff like that, and it just literally just all these little ideas just filled in a great big mixing pot with my finger, and then I just sat down and wrote it in the middle of when I was writing another story, like another novel. I was 50,000 words in, and I just stopped it for like 2 weeks and just wrote this other book, and then went back to it. To Prime Directive afterwards, and it was a mess. I mean, it was. I mean, there were holes galore, plot holes. Like the size of I don't know. All right, I can't even think right now how big they are because it's just not even a word been described and made up to describe how big they were. It was bigger than huge.
Humongous.
Big huge. I'm gonna call it big huge. Yeah, let's call it humongous.
Humongous. All right.
Yeah. And I say I don't know how Matt finds. I mean, have you ever got to an occasion where you've written something and there's something which is either missing or a big huge plot hole and you just have to go and work it out?
Yep, done that. It's like I need to go back to that, but I'm writing this and all this, and I finish this, I go back to this, and there's a major plot hole, and you think, that's not good. What do I do? Do I fill that in just now, or do I go and do something else, or I'll go and fill this in for a bit? But I want to write this, and no, that happens all the time. I generally, it ends up going like this: bang, bang, bang.
It's like looking in a mirror.
All right, so let's ask you this. We talked a little bit about how you both put things together, but all right, so let's talk about character development. So you finally start with your line, Duncan, and you are now faced with this individual. Do you find yourself having a run-on conversation with them, or do you just get the flash of what this is and then you start creating that character?
It's weird because what I tend to find is I tend to have a main character which either stuff happens to or they do stuff, but then I always tend to find I have like an incidental character. So I always get to a chapter and I just call it a bridge. Not over troubled water because obviously that's copyright and they'd sue the hell out of me. But it's always like one chapter which has to link between something cool happening to something really cool happening. Fucking Godzilla cool.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always come up with like this tiny bit part character who really should just be in there for one chapter, comes in there, does their thing, and then they go away, and then the story continues. What tends to happen though is that character becomes really good. Either they're really funny, they're charming, much like myself. They do something which kind of sticks out and is really disgusting. So then I've kind of written them in, and so it's cool. They've done their thing, they've gone away now. They've I don't know, exploded or something like that, or turned into a zombie. And then happy carry on the story. And then the day or so later, I think they were really cool though, weren't they? Yeah. I'm gonna have to go and write more about them, aren't I? Yeah. And then I tend to find that they actually tend to upstage the main character, because the main characters, they got a mission, they're doing stuff, they got a purpose, but this other character just comes in and they kind of just do what the hell they want. And it's really annoying. I've got this one bit part character who's supposed to just do one job. It's literally, you're there to do one thing, you're there to just deliver your line or kill someone, wear their head as a hat, and then disappear. But no, you're just there and you want more screen time, and it's really, I've written a book in progress called Deadlock, and I've got a bridge chapter in there, and it's basically set in hell, parts of it. So this one guy is trying to go and get back he's trying to work through the levels of hell to get back so he can go and find his wife. And he gets to a place called Creature Control, which is basically this bit in hell where this one guy called Melvin, demon, essentially goes and helps collect bodily fluids. Because they're really helpful to go and summon demons of various kinds, blood or poo. Poo comes up a lot. Let's not even go there, because the psychiatrist will have a field day. But this guy called Melvin, comedy gold. So I'm just like, oh, this is hilarious. And I get to the chapter, think, I've got to have more of him, So then this book, which is already bursting at the seams with words, I just expand it because this guy is just, basically stolen, really good and really annoying. That's basically my life. Little tiny characters becoming really good, and then I have to write more about them, and then they talk to me when I'm sleeping.
Getting to keep you awake. Yep, I get that. Matt, how do you do yours?
Well, it's interesting that you kind of said that there. I kind of call it the Lord Flashheart effect. I don't know if you've watched Blackadder at all.
Oh yes.
They have this character like Lord Flashheart that comes in, and he just does some awesome stuff. Comes in, say, "I'm really cool. I'm going to come in, beat some guys up, be really really funny." And your plan for him is to die, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't want him to die, but he's plotting he's going to die. He says, you're sitting there at night time and he's going, please don't kill me. And it's like, but I'm going to kill you. No, you're not going to kill me. Yes, but you are going to die. You're going to die the most bloody death I can give you. You will die.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I get the same conversations as you do. And
Yeah.
even though I'm plotting it through, I still have those conversations with characters, and even in the 2 short stories I did, I mean, there is quite a bit of attrition, and I still get the main, various characters in short stories come back going, "Why did you kill me? I shouldn't have died. You should have let me live. I didn't deserve to die. You're evil."
It's like Hamlet all over again, isn't it?
Yeah, they come in my dreams and actually talk to me and ask me why I died. So yeah, you get that as well.
Sometimes what I do is I ask the creatives if they woke up in the middle of the night and they saw their main character, who was not a very nice person, right at the edge of their bed, what would they do? So for you, Matt, what would be that character that you really would not want at the edge of your bed when you woke up, not dreaming?
Right. That would be well, it's the main protagonist in the book I'm writing at the moment, which will be my debut novel. And his name's Hamish, and he's just a nasty piece of work. And if he appeared at the end of my bed, I would probably cower under it, or try and find something to beat with, or scream loudly like a big chicken that I am. But I really wouldn't want Hamish there, because he would stab you in the back. He's a nasty piece of work. Don't like him. When
he goes to do whatever it is he does, because we don't want to give anything away, what is one thing that he tends to either say or do a lot right before he does the deed?
He tends to talk to himself. He's a wee bit psychotic that way. He'll sit there and talk to himself. He's got this hatred for the 2 main characters, and he talks to himself about how he's going to deal with them, and he'll sit and mutter for a bit. And his 2 henchmen, they kind of hear this quite often, and they'll just kind of, ignore it, because his clan leader, who's his dad, has basically said to the henchmen, you have to look after him, you have to keep him safe, and his dad doesn't actually realise he's an absolute lunatic. Not right in the head.
So Duncan,
all protagonists need to be slightly lunatic, slightly mental.
Right, yeah.
Because if not, then what's the point of them being there?
So Duncan.
Yeah, they're just useless otherwise. Yeah.
So Duncan, same question to you.
I've got a fair few nasty sort of main characters in mind. The Reverend in Class 3 thought springs to mind, but I'd have to say, I kind of like it. I think it's almost like there's this sort of the smiling assassin. There's a guy in Hexagram called Pastor Jim Gimbel, based on Jim Jones, actually, from the Jonestown Massacre. That kind of guy that he's got this magnetic personality. People are drawn to him because he knows how to go and work people. So he knows when they're down. He knows the right things to say. He's that very sort of, he's a good person to be around. But then just before he goes and what he basically does, he kills them, and he sort of mashes it down to go and get the stardust out. And just the day before he does that, he's been working for months and get to the point where he's harvesting these people. So he kind of just flips from being the nicest person in the world to being just on edge and a complete and total psycho. So the tiniest little thing will set him off, like the wrong pillows being used or stuff like that. Just because in his mind's eye, he's got this perfect vision of how things are going to be. This doesn't reflect on me at all. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, but I don't kill people over the wrong pillows. So when people kind of, it's almost like kind of unspoken thing that he automatically assumes that everyone knows things to be done, and then when they're not done, he just sets them off, and then before you know it, he shot them, and then he's just basically asking people to go and sort of start hacking them up and pull their guts out and start smashing it up, because why else? It's a Friday, you're at a beer, grinding up some intestines and going to get some stardust out of it, because what else is there to do?
Absolutely. All right. So, let me think here. What do we do? Do you have any questions that were given to you, Duncan, on the list where we asked for fans of your work to write in questions?
The only questions I had were ones that I wanted to ask myself, which was, why are you so sexy? In which case I'd say, and also, which toe is your biggest? It's something I've always wanted to ask myself, and I'll just have a quick look. Hang on.
Okay.
It's that one.
It's that. See, it's always that one, though.
It's handy. It's handy.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I know that Matt had some proper questions.
Yeah, I've
actually, did you That's a way to show team spirit. All right.
I'm not going to leak his questions. I wanted to.
All right. Yeah. Do you have a question that you want to ask him, Matt?
I'll answer the most important question in the world. How do you take your tea? Is it milk first, milk last, or no milk?
Milk. It has to go in last.
And you, Matt, what do you do?
Don't say you put it in.
In terms of unsullied, there's no milk in that tea. That tea must be pure and not sullied by milk.
That's if I say if I have like sort of proper tea like Earl Grey or fancy Dan Malarian tea, I have to have it without milk. But normal sort of Tetley common as you muck, and put a bit of sugar in. You put some water in. You let that sit there, not too long because obviously it'll go disgusting, and then you put a bit of milk in. Oh God, yeah, the people, Jackie, you probably don't know this. There's a whole in Britain about how people make their tea.
Yes.
People have died because of how they make their tea. Friendships have been lost. Families have been split asunder. I love that phrase because of how they make their tea. I've got a friend of mine who was around the other day, and I make a cup of tea, and I literally put the water in and pour the milk. She goes, "Well, stop." Okay, the milk's barely touched it, and I squeeze the tea bag. She goes, "That's it. Take the tea bag out." And that's it. And then and it's literally like, I don't know, dishwater with 3 sugars in. I mean, it's like wallpaper paste. I mean, come on. If you're going to do that, why don't you I just don't get it. But yeah, it's a very complex procedure, and it's very. I have my way. It's brilliant. I'm not going to deny it. I've had no complaints. Obviously, if Matt was around, the first thing you do is you have to make sure you ask that person first, because some people really,
right? Yeah,
they insist on the milk first off.
We're giggling about it over here, but I know I have since I've been doing this show, I have friends of mine that are tea drinkers. They just love it, but there are particular ways to make it. And so what I'm thinking is, can you write a book about this?
I believe there has been tea instructional.
Not a instructional book. I'm talking something on the bend of horror. Can you write a book about it? Or write a short story about it? Or do something?
Possibly, but you'd be infringing on Lewis Carroll, because Lewis Carroll did stuff on tea. And you really don't want to go down that way, because you just can't match.
So we're gonna bounce
yeah.
from tea, and we're gonna go into talking about emotions, because this tea thing is an emotional thing for many people. Emotional excess. Do you feel that emotional excess, whether it be extreme joy, sadness, or anger, or even anxiety, helps to be able to be more creative?
I don't know. I mean, I'm, as you can tell, a very level-headed, calm guy who doesn't act on emotion. I'm much like the Terminator, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be a different person when you're writing to, you know, to normal person. In some regards, in that you obviously have to be a bit detached, because person, if I'm being brutally honest, there's nothing I'd like more to go and sit on my ass and drink tea and eat biscuits. That's pretty much my ideal hobby. I've got certain things about me which mean, you know, I kind of go from one end of the emotional spectrum to another.
Mm-hmm.
That's they're different spectrums down there. But again, I find that helps me as a writer, because some days you just wake up and you just hate the world and you hate everybody in it, and you quite like nothing more to go and get a big pour everything. Make sure you're safe, obviously, because, you know, self-immolation is not really a big thing anymore. And then just watch it all burn. But you still have to, you still got stuff to do, you know, you still have to go and look after yourself. You still got to write. So it's fighting through times just to go and actually get stuff down, and also to go and make sure that writing, and because obviously one day I could feel really great and I feel really, I feel, you know, woo, and sometimes and it's just making sure that your writing is level, because a reader than to be reading something and it just goes up and down and up and down, and it's
right.
not consistent, the tone's not right, the character voices change, and it's just yeah, it's just, you just have to make sure that regardless of how you feel, regardless of, you know, your emotions and stuff like that, that your writing is consistent. And I mean, I don't know if Matt has sort of similar experiences along that, or
go ahead, Matt.
Very much so. It's every day when you go to write, you're going to be in a different mood, you're going to be in a different state of mind. Things have happened in life to you. You'll either be super high, happy, really great, or you could be down a bit. You could be tired, full of beans. You may not have a lot of time. You may have loads of time. You've got various emotional states of what's happened in your life. You cannot take those emotional states and reflect them onto the character you're writing about, because that's not consistent with that character and the way your story's developing. You have to be in that mindset of that character and be consistent with that character as you're going through. Now, that's the beauty of rewriting and editing, as Duncan will probably tell you there, is once you've got that first draft down, you can go back through that and see where you've been inconsistent, and then change that and fix what you've done wrong. So yeah, it's great being emotional.
There's nothing worse than finding someone who's wrong, isn't there?
Right. All right. So we were talking about emotions. Now the next part of it, I have brought a lot of people from the other side of the pond, from across the pond, as said. And what I'm finding is that a lot of their work is more psychological based than it is physical or weapon based. And I enjoy that because I like to play along or move along with what the storyline is and see if I can figure out how they're going to go about fixing the situation without actually going always to immediate violence. So, Duncan, you want to go with that?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's different. I mean, as you sort of say, you know, it's a lot of different culture over here. So also we don't have access to guns, especially when you're writing zombie stuff. I mean, pretty much every zombie film you see is American. And again, I'm not saying that's good or bad or whatever, because I mean, obviously, you know, that's what they tend to make. So a lot of guns in it.
Right.
So the ones you actually get, the films that are made over here, something like Zombie Diaries, Shaun the Dead, obviously Shaun the Dead, but you had the records and the cricket bats and stuff. It's a lot more immediate, it's a lot more visceral, it's a lot more, you know, up close and personal.
Right.
And I don't know, I mean, for me, you have to make your characters act believably. You know, especially, you know, you've got post-apocalyptic world, a lot of people doing not very horrible things to people at the best of times. So in the main, a lot of people do resort to physical violence. And as opposed to sort of, just shooting someone in the head, bang, you got the actual. That's what I think. When people, I digress now. A lot of people sort of, watch zombie films and they sort of think, oh, you got a zombie coming along, you go and smack around the head with like an axe once, and it's going to be fine, and they're going to go down. But I don't think people, you got to realise the physical force it takes to actually incapacitate someone. Right. It's not like in the movies, you go and punch someone in the face, and oh no, I'm knocked out, and they come around and it's like Mr. T, he's found that he's in the plane or something like that, and it's just, and especially the actual violence itself, you can't glamorize it because it's not glamorous. It's horrible. It's it's brutal. It's not quick and easy. It's prolonged, and it's downright horrible. But as you say, there are different people will deal with things in different ways. People will sort of almost like a cat. Sort of victim, or almost sort of kind of indirectly get someone else to go and take care of them on their behalf. I've got one character, and that's what he does. He doesn't like getting his hands dirty. So what he does, he kind of sets up a situation so that, so for example, like a zombie. So tie someone up in a room. They've got someone in there who's dead. To wait for them to reanimate and then go and eat the person who's tied up, because then they can't do anything about it. And it's just that it's always sort of different people will deal with things in different ways, and some people are just psychotic and they just love the violence, and some people are just nasty sods that just will eke it out, and they're like the cat, they'll bring the bird in and they'll go and just let it just for hours on end around the bloody conservatory, just kill it. Yeah, as you can tell, I've got cats, and that's what they do, especially with frogs. My God, frogs make a horrible noise.
Matt, what do you think about all of that?
I missed quite a bit of that, but I think there was a dodgy connection at that point. But I caught the start of it, and I kind of agree with Duncan on that. What you do see is a lot of guns in zombie books written by the Americans. Everyone seems to be some sort of special forces expert. They all have access to this fantastic weaponry. Next thing you know, they're naming these particular weapons and these particular bullets, which they just seem to have access to, and an unlimited supply, and they just unload it on them, and you think to yourself, great, fantastic. The normal person isn't that guy. What about normal person? And what I'm writing just now is based in medieval Scotland, so it's the 14th century. There isn't the guns, there isn't these fancy weapons. It's swords. Right. I mean, the first scene where the kind of the zombies hit, or let's say the virus kills them and they come back to life reanimated. The main character actually kills the zombie with a poker that he uses to poke the fireplace to keep the fire in. He uses that to kill the zombie. But the other main character's lying down there. He thinks he's gone. The zombie's on top of him. The zombie's about to strike down, and the main character comes down with this poker. Another character uses the boot of his foot. And to be honest, I'll have a range as I get closer to the end of the book of medieval weapons. As I get into the kind of main town and the armories, I'll have a look at the medieval weapons. But at the moment, as I'm writing it literally is things like swords and maybe fence posts and things like that. Whatever they can get their hands on to deal with the zombies, they don't have access to all these nice fancy weapons.
Right.
They're normal.
Right. All right. I need to get Matt. Do you have a copy of the book or anything that you can show? And I'll put you up on the big screen so people can see. There it is.
There we go. Do you see that?
Very cool. Yeah. Definitely. That's cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Matt's
So
yeah.
give me a social media that people can find you on.
My social media links are there, but on Instagram, I'm Mannequin Glangon. Mannequin, as in the name of the story, Glangon, Glangon. My Twitter account is #Glangon, GLANGON. You notice the pattern here. And it's the same for my Facebook. You can search for me on Facebook, Matt Hay. Again, Facebook, it's the username's Glangon, GLANGON. If you wonder what that is, it's Glasgow, but replacing the S and W with N's, just because it's a unique username.
What do you think about your first experience on this show?
I think it's been fun. I really enjoyed being on there. I think you're a very funny host. Duncan's been amazing. He's a really funny guy, nice guy as well. So yeah, I'm actually going to, once I'm off the show, going to look up his work, and when I'm on my holidays in July, I'll have his books downloaded and read some of it. So yeah.
Likewise, mate.
Very cool. What do you think? All right. So, Duncan, I'm going to put you on the big screen. And do you have any books or anything that you can show? And he's got a big smile on his face, which means, no! Oh, you're killing me. Look at that. Look at that. That is very cool.
That's what earlier about the bird and the bear suit. You see, yeah. Again, a bit part character. She's got a whole backstory. Her name's Millie, and so that's like literally the first story in it. Is there she is? Yeah.
I love that. That is awesome.
And the zombie fish in the back, by the way.
No, I'm not gonna go anywhere near water now. That's it. I'm done. Especially after I heard about that 15-pound thing coming out of the water. And I asked my husband.
Definitely.
I asked my husband. I said, because he was the one that found that thing for me. I said, how exactly did this thing get out of the water? He goes, first of all, do you see the size of that? It's like a small dog, or small four-legged animal. And I went, okay, so his fins are kind of muscular. Yeah, he crawled out. I went, what? Really? All right, so make sure that you have your blades and whatever the heck else you need handy, because make sure to also do your cardio, because cardio is very important, especially when the zombies are running after you.
Rule number 2, isn't it?
It is rule number 2. Do your cardio. All right, so I would love to be able to keep you guys on. If you want to stay, you may stay. If you feel like you're going to fall asleep, because I know it's late there, you can, do what you need to do. But right now I have to bring on Druscilla Morgan, and she is from Australia, and I'm going to have her go ahead and click that link. And she says in her message here, she says, great show so far. So Druscilla, go ahead and click that link. And let's see if we can. Poor Matt. I think he's being attacked by zombies.
Dodger.
Let's see if we can get in here. Okay, so. Oh! Yay!
I'm going to go, Jackie, so I shall see you later.
Thank you so much. Go ahead up top and click the red courtesy phone. Thank you for being on, Duncan. Love you. You're cool.
See you later, Jackie.
All right. So, hi. We have the lovely and extremely funny and talented Druscilla Morgan. Welcome to show. This is her first time on the YouTube side of Zombiepalooza Radio Live.
Yes.
And
very exciting.
Hi, how are you?
I'm really thrilled to be here. I love your show. I love being on it last time, and this is even better. This show has been great. You guys have been great.
Woohoo! All
right.
Hi, Matt. So, Druscilla, tell us where you're calling in from, what time it is over there, and let's get into what it is you create and what your latest is.
Right. I'm from Australia. I live in a very small country town, probably the perfect setting for horror stories. So, and it's midday here. It's noon, high noon. So
Wow.
Find many mistakes.
So my Sunday is doing lovely then. Yes?
Well, yes, I love being ahead. Actually, it's kind of like being in a Doctor Who sort of capsule. It's really great. I feel like I'm just a little step ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, go ahead
Yeah.
and tell us and those who are listening what you create, in what genre, and what your latest work is.
Wow. Okay. My latest work is Blood of Nyx, which is the first in a trilogy, a vampire tale. And I would pretty much compare it. I would use the analogy Downton Abbey with fangs. That would be my analogy. If you can imagine the characters in Downton Abbey being vampires and their familial troubles being blood-filled, bloodlust type episodes, that would be it. So that's I'm currently working on the second book. The first book's out, and I'm also have I guess it's a horror, but it crosses over into the crime thriller type genre, and it's based on the animal activist scene, and it's pretty full on as well. So, but I mainly work in horror genre, and I also design book covers.
Yeah, she is an amazing graphic artist. Like the graphic artist that we have here that
That's
did
great.
our logo. This is Jeffrey Koch's work, and he has his own graphics page, jeffreykochgraphics.com. And so,
He's
all right.
brilliant. Jeffrey's brilliant. I love that graphics.
Your graphics are amazing. I've been following you now for a good couple of years now. And I am enjoying very much how your progression, you were like amazing then, but now you've got some stuff that is out there that I'm just like, how does she do that?
Thank you. Sometimes I'm not sure myself. Sometimes I wing it.
All right, so let me think here. You have a number of short stories and several anthologies. You've done some magazine work. Your debut novel, Blood of Nyx, was co-authored by Roy C. Booth, who is also very popular. Give a little background on Roy C. Booth, please.
Oh, Roy is prolific. Roy, actually, I'm envious of Roy's ability to just produce amazing stories. He is a talented editor as well. Great collaborator, great person to collaborate with. Knows his stuff. Now, he also is a playwright. He has co-authored so many books I can't even keep track. And he has worked with some really brilliant authors, particularly in the horror genre, but he covers all genres. He's a very, very talented man. I'm thrilled to work with him. Thrilled.
All right, so we have a number of things on your author page that are quite brilliant. And what I would like to do now is talk a little bit more about the work that you have that is your recent release, and give us a bit of a background about what it is we'll find there, and then we're going to talk a little bit about how you develop concepts.
Right, okay. Well, I actually have the book here. It's Blood of Nyx, and that's the latest release. I also have a couple of stories out in anthologies, as you said, but this is the main baby. This is the first book in a trilogy, and it is, as I said, it's a little bit Downton Abbey with fangs. It follows a number of characters, but mainly the family of the House of Nyx, and they're vampires. They have, well, the main vampire, the head of the clan, is Lucius of Nyx. And that guy has no conscience, absolutely zero conscience.
I know some relatives. You know,
I've drawn a lot from real life. I'll be honest. And I mean, earlier you asked a question of who you wouldn't like to wake up to at the end of your bed, and for me it would be Lucius. Lucius would scare the pants off me because he has no conscience. He's a classic narcissistic personality. he is totally selfish and will destroy anyone and anything, including his own children, to have his way. So I tend to develop most of my characters on a psychological basis. I studied psychology for 2 years. I would love to have studied forensic psychology, so I still have an ongoing interest, but I didn't get that far. But I used what I learned, and I love psychologically based horror. That's my favorite as well. So there's a little bit of blood, you know, you can't avoid the blood. Blood will be spilled always in horror. But I love the psychological side of it. So yeah, Nyx basically follows the development of all of these characters, and depending on what happens to them, how they grow. And, you know, there's been a couple killed off, I mean, along the way. But the main characters, it's following the family. It's following the development of the family and how each character interacts with the other, and basically how nasty they can get. They can get nasty. And, yeah, they will change over the course of the series.
Matt, do you have any questions for Druscilla about what she creates?
Yeah. How easy
Hi,
do you
Matt.
find it to... Hi, Druscilla, by the way. Or good day.
Good day.
Get the Barbie out, yeah.
This is awesome.
I never say good day normally, but I love saying good day when I talk to someone from another country.
So they are. Okay, that's basically. How easy do you find it to write the psychological stuff to kind of build from the kind of low tension up to the high tension, and then kind of drop it down again before then rebuilding it back up again, and finding that level as you're going, if you know what I'm saying?
Yep, I know exactly what you mean. To be honest, I find it easy in a sense because I actually live, I mean, I'm going to get a little bit personal and open here. I live daily with anxiety and depression. So for me, a lot of the thought processes that I go through, I utilize in a positive, creative way with my characters. So when there's a build-up of anger, for example, I can really tap into myself and draw on my own experiences in dealing with that. And, you know, honestly, it's a bit of a release for the darker side. I will say that. Writing that stuff out is great because not only can I tap into the darker side for my characters, it's kind of cleansing and it helps me get through the difficult days. So on that level, I mean, there's times I have to really think about plot. That's probably the harder side of it. I'm just in the process of rewriting, the first 7 chapters of the 7 books of the second book, because I've changed the simple location of one incident and it's changed a lot. So again, though, tapping into that emotional, psychological side of the characters is a cleansing type of process, and I actually look forward to it. I really look forward to it. I look forward to seeing where they go. And also a lot of times they clamor in my ear and they tell me where they want to go. And I can't always argue with them because they're pretty psycho.
So there are certain times I have heard from folks who've been on here where their character will literally, well, maybe not literally, because the word literally is, they'll evolve in front of their face. Okay. So after they have gotten to a certain part of, you know some about me, but you don't know everything there is to know. And I'm not going to tell you certain things until I feel I'm ready. It is as if the character whom you started to create has now become an actual person. And you have that personality now that you have to deal with on 24/7 level, which is a little different than having actual people come up to you and say whatever the heck they're going to say, good, bad, or indifferent. You've got this person with you all the time.
In your ear. Mm-hmm. In your ear. You can actually look a little crazy yourself at times with the conversation you have with the character. You know, if I had a camera constantly in this house, they'd probably commit me. But yeah,
Don't worry,
it's very
I'm just a
true.
writer. I'm a writer. That's all
I see
right.
that camera light go on. I'm wearing. I actually read that Mark Zuckerberg actually puts duct tape over his camera to make sure no one sneaks in there. So there's a tip. But anyway, yeah, the characters do actually surprise me at times. Margaret, the female character, the main character in the first book, Blood of Nyx, look, she copped a lot of stuff. She really was very much almost a victim pretty much right the way through the book. And there was times I wanted to slap her and go, wake up. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? But the fact of the matter was I understood in myself why she wasn't, because the way she was brought into the situations and the abuse that she suffered in those situations pretty much paralyzed her. Now, I'm enjoying this second book because she's pretty much let me know that she's had enough. She's had enough. And she's actually ready to fight back. So she's leading my hand a little on this one where she's concerned. And Lucius is going to also find himself in some situations that are going to test his character. And at this point, I'm not exactly sure where he's going to go with that. He may be a little bit surprised with how back-footed he may be. So I'm actually really enjoying the creative process on the second book because I know the characters so well from the first book. And they're coming up with stuff in my head now. They're both in my ear and I'm hearing them and I'm like, well, you know what? I'm going to let you lead me on this because why not? It's an adventure. It's a real adventure to see where they go. Yeah. So it will be interesting.
Then after it is fully produced, you're going to look at that and you're going to go, well, those were some interesting people.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. And they also have children. Now, those kids have to grow up.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of new characters coming in as well that are going to change the whole process a little bit too. So the whole thing is, it's in my head. I do have the plot line in my head, but I'm also very open to the process. So I'm very open to what my characters say to me and where they lead me. And you mentioned before about, we were talking about, the boys there were talking about dead characters and people they've killed off and how they can come back and go, hang on, why'd you kill me? And I have one of those characters and he's really ticked off I killed him. He's so ticked off. And a little part of me keeps looking for a loophole where I might be able to bring him back in.
Well, I know what your loophole could be.
Please.
Give us a backstory on this guy.
That's a good idea.
And then you could go do what you need to do for this, and then you could go and do that as a separate piece.
Separate piece. He'd make a great separate piece.
Or even maybe in a blog. In a blog, have him as the character in a blog, which would also help your social media. And
I know what you're saying. Actually, right.
So,
I did actually come up with a similar thing for one of the characters, and between us, we wrote a short story. And I'm not really sure what happened to that submission. I'll have to check with Roy. But it was a character, and it involved researching a whole lot of Viking stuff. And in the end, in researching it, I came up with the most amazing plot, which I loved. I loved the plot because it was all unfamiliar to me. And, I read that story the other day, just on my computer. I privately read it and went, boy, that'd make a great novel. So, sometimes doing those little extra bits, as you say, can lead to greater things. I agree.
Yes.
Good idea.
What do you Matt, what do you think about that? Do you have any characters that you think that you could run with a separate piece, even if it's just on the setting of a blog post?
I want to do that. I've got I'm not giving away the ending of one of my short stories, but one of my characters survives through the ending of it, and I would love to bring him in to another story where he maybe appears in that and maybe do blogs, even blogs of what he's doing. I've got a character that I'm in the process of writing that I know he's going to get killed off. It's in my head. It's happening. Keeps telling me he's not going to get killed off, but he is getting killed off. So I want to flashback to him as well. Maybe it won't be blog posts, but maybe do flashbacks to his history, or even possibly do like a prologue where it's maybe him and other characters in another setting doing other stuff. So maybe possibly do that. But as we had this with Duncan earlier, you get a character and he starts as a minor character, and you kind of fall in love with him almost too much. He sometimes speaks to you more than the main character. You feel you want to do something with him. So yeah.
I know that I've talked to creatives after they've killed someone off. Sometimes they themselves need about 3 or 4 days, or sometimes even a little longer, depending on how long they've been walking with this person now. And it is quite an emotional, it's almost like emotional torture, having to deal with the aftermath.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very much so. Not a few days. I'm probably a bit more bloodthirsty than most people in that sense. But yeah, I mean, I've killed a few already, and they still talk to me after I kill them in the book. And yeah, it takes a few hours, sometimes a day to kind of get over it. But I know I've got other characters, and the other characters talk to me as well, and I need to get their story on paper as well. So yeah, it'd be great to sit and grieve about and spend the time to grieve about them, but that's taking focus away from the other characters.
Right. Right.
Well.
And so that's so you make some notes, you write up, maybe keep a journal or something that is written out, so that when you go and you continue on your journey with where you need to be, after that's finished, then you can go and you can look to see the different kinds of things that you've come up with since. Now, I would like to switch direction and talk a little bit about, or ask a little bit about, whether or not in any of your works you did things that were either done locally from local places, or if you were to use another place, and that is a real place where people could actually go and perhaps have a little bit of experience of what that character was going through in real time.
Well, personally, I haven't set anything in Australia yet, and I really would like to. That's in the future. That's a plan in the future. It's a vague plan, but it's there. But I do set Blood of Nyx is set in real places. It's set in England. It's set in the Carpathians. It's set in various places. It's set in specific time events. For example, in Blood of Nyx, it was set in, I don't know, around the time of the death of Queen Victoria. The next book is going to touch on World War II and the Holocaust and things like that. So yeah, it's still, that involves, I feel if you're not in the actual place, if you're not familiar with it, you really have to do your research. That would be my one thing. It's a problem when you're not writing about a place you know. You must do your research, because someone reading that will know the place and they will have inside knowledge of the events.
Absolutely.
Again, I'm lucky I work with Roy. He's very well read. So he picks up on a lot of stuff. So unfortunate, but I think when you're writing on your own, you have to be really careful and aware.
Absolutely. We've had some instances where people have said the work that I read from this particular creative, they didn't have the area topographically correct. They didn't have particular things that actually happen. If you're going to go and write about a particular place, even if it's in a different time, you got to do your research. You got to make sure that you have at least some of the key elements for that, and do your research. You have to. Matt, have you any pieces where you have done that, and if so, where and how did you do it?
My current work in progress definitely is. There's a village called Forth, which is just along the road in Lanarkshire. It's probably about 15 miles away, and that's the main setting for the kind of first half of my work in progress. I've been there before. I've walked about the place. I've got a rough idea of kind of where it is, how pacing, where it is in relationship to other places in the area. The difficulty I've had is because it's set in the 14th century, is checking that the place is still there, how the place would look in the 14th century. When I then hit the second half of the novel, it's going to be, the ending's going to be set in a place called Lanark, which is quite a prominent town at that era. It's got a castle, medieval castle there. So I plan before I start writing that to visit Lanark, visit the historical place, get a rough layout of the hills, how it's changed.
And take pictures. Take pictures and do. And the other part is, if you have anyone that you know, or maybe you could do a casting call for someone who fits either the main character or one of the characters that would be in that environment. That would be pretty cool. Get them dressed, and Matt's over there chuckling a little bit. What do you think about doing that idea?
That sounds like a great idea, and I've got just the man in mind for that as well. A certain chap who stays not far from me, who likes to wear shorts all the time. And if he's watching just now, I'm zombifying you, and you're coming to Lanark with me, mate.
Woo! What do you think about that, Druscilla?
I love the idea. Absolutely love it. Yep. And I think it's really important. I mean, that is the hard part. If you are researching a place, you're still not there. You're still not getting the feel. You're not breathing it in, so to speak. And so it really does help if you can talk to people who live there. Photos are great.
Yes.
And I've even resorted to Google Maps.
Yes.
I've actually resorted to Google Maps and taken a toddle around on Google Maps to familiarize myself with places. As Matt said, it's difficult when you're writing about a different time period. You have to double check everything, and you kind of, it would be great to have a time machine and just travel back and feel it all there. Maybe, I mean, the bubonic plague, something like that could be dodgy, but in general, it would be great to travel back. But you definitely have an advantage if you can breathe it in, definitely.
All right, so I'm going to go. Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing I found, Druscilla, was there's quite a major town near Lanark called Motherwell in the modern day, and I thought, well, I'll have my characters going to Motherwell, meeting up with another clan, dealing with zombies there before they then head to Lanark, which is the kind of main area. So I went to research on Motherwell thinking, oh, this will be quite major at that time period. It's not even called Motherwell then, it's a modern well, and
no.
As well, there's like 3 or 4 houses. I'll still use it, but I'll just use it differently to what I had originally in my head, and it's like, oops, that's what happens in research. You really have to, it's things like that change.
Right.
Yeah.
Great example.
You really, it is amazing the process that it takes when people, especially those who have been following your career, can get a taste of what it's like to be able to be you in seeing this, because sometimes what they do is they'll go to that area and they'll think about they'll go to that area with the character in mind, and then they're able to get a feeling of, I could see that character doing that here, because I think I would do that too, or something like it.
So true.
It is a lovely way to be able to be to have the fan base be an inclusive part of the experience instead of just being standing out here like my dude over here and watching what's going on. They can actually interact with what's going on. Then what happens is this: they get all excited about it. They feel like they belong to something, and then they tell others, and they get on the internet, or they get to face with people, and they say, you've got to read this because blah blah blah. And it is a wonderful way to be able to get that essence of what they're reading and all of that. It's very cool idea. All right, so I'm going to go to a little bit of a kind of a technical question. Druscilla, what are 3 elements that you need to have in a book for it to be an excellent page turner?
Ooh, yeah, that's a very, very good question. Firstly, I think you have to have, if not an attention-grabbing first sentence, an attention-grabbing first paragraph. I believe, like, what gets me with a book is that first paragraph. If I'm hooked, I'll keep going. Now, if I'm not entirely hooked, I'll still maybe keep going. I might keep going for a page or 2, but if I get to the end of the first chapter and I'm not hooked, I probably won't finish the book. So I think it's really important to have something, a conflict, something that is just a little bit different, but establishes, oh, there's something going to happen here that makes you want to keep going. You have to want to know what's going to happen. If you start with endless description and backstory and so on and so forth, you're probably going to put people to sleep. So I think it's really important to establish a conflict or an obstacle and do it in such a way that it grabs the attention. I think that probably would be my most important. I think good characters, characters that people, you have to paint your characters well so that people can relate. I think once a reader relates to a character, they're invested. And once they're invested, they'll keep reading. And once they've finished your book, they'll buy your next book because they want to know what happens. So characters, massively important. The third, good writing, to be honest, good writing. You know, study your craft. That is always my advice to new authors. Don't just think, well, talent's great. There's a lot of talent out there. There is a massive amount of talent. But if you don't refine your craft, you will never be your best. So I think it's really important to know your craft so that you can produce your best manuscript, your best narrative. And that prose, I mean, I read a book by a man called Scott Blackwood, and he's gotten some terrible reviews, I'll be honest. But his book caught me from the first sentence. And I read that first sentence, and it was so exquisitely crafted, I almost cried. That's how good it was. And I aim for that. I'm not sure that I'm going to reach it in any time soon, but I aim for that exquisite prose that just grabs you by the heart and grabs your soul. And I think that's massively important. So those would be my 3 things that are most important to keep someone reading.
I'm very interested in your response that you just had. And what I am now interested in is, let's get that book, that lovely book that you just showed, and give us that first sentence.
Oh, okay. Glasses. Nice. Here we go. She lay beside him, watching the shallow rise and fall of his chest. That was it. The shallow rise and fall of his chest. But it's really the paragraph in this one. His cheeks, flushed with youth and lust only an hour before, were pale alabaster. On his neck, blood flowed in rivulets trickling from 2 small puncture wounds. Slowly he turned his eyes towards her. You said you wouldn't. That's the opening paragraph.
What do you think about that, Matt?
I loved it. Yeah, that sounds really
Thank
good.
you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go over to Matt, and we are going to, let's see. What do we do with you? You know what? We're going to ask you the same question. What are 3 elements for a terrific page turner for you?
For me, well, Druscilla's already mentioned good, relatable characters, people that I can relate to, people that I can recognise as characters. So I'm looking for a hero who's a normal chap, not this like superhero, but somebody I can relate to, somebody I can say, oh, he's somebody I've seen in the street. Probably a main character, a secondary character who's again relatable, and a really strong protagonist as well. I like a good villain, like a villain that's slightly psychotic and one that's got a good purpose, one that's going to do something and test the main character to its limits. So, that's what I'm looking for in character. I'm looking for the novel to not to trundle along, but to move along at a pace, but not go too fast. So there's a kind of balance there. So yeah, I like the prose. I love reading good prose and well-written novel, but I don't want to be bogged down in prose. I want the novel to flow. I want to be able to have the action there, rather than 3-4 chapters written about someone sitting there making a potion in the woods. I don't want to read about somebody making a potion in the woods. I want that done in a few pages and then moved on. Yeah, have the great prose in there, but don't have it sitting there elongated out when I'm falling asleep. And I want a good ending to a novel as well. There's been quite a few novels that I've read and they've been fantastic stories, and then you hit the ending and the ending just falls short and you're going, yeah, okay. That could have been better. And you go and pick up the next in the series and you think, well, they could have maybe had a cliffhanger in there, or they maybe could have done something else with the character rather than having a sort of particular ending, kind of big sequence or something like that.
All right, for you, Matt, what I want you to do is a little different. I want you to take one of your characters, either brand new that you're working on, or one out of the 2 short stories that you have in Optimus Maximus, and I want that individual to ask me a question about why I'm a vampire.
Yeah. Right, okay. Let me just think of which one we'll use. Hi there. This is Brian, the store manager, Edinburgh. How you doing? I don't quite get the vampire thing. I can get that you're kind of like the horror stuff, but kind of why are you a vampire?
I'm a vampire because I was turned about 500 years ago by someone who was supposed to be one of my friends. And we had an interesting encounter. I had a drink, and that is the last thing I remembered. I don't have any bite marks on me, never did. And that's how I became a vampire.
I always say to my mate Joe, never ever drink something that somebody else has made for you. You don't know what to slip into.
It could turn you.
Bravo!
That's the first time in 4.5 years I have ever done something like that. But one of the things, and the reason why I had you do that is because I want to see some development of these characters touching on different kinds of ideas. And that will help you to be able to develop something else either in the future or help you to add to what you've got going on. Thinking exactly like what that character is thinking and going and just asking or some question. It's all about questions. I have a couple of things that I put up on my wall talking about Zombiepalooza Radio. One of them is ZPR Live 500. And we have Matt Hay, who's never been on the show before, and he is one of our 500 that we are bringing to this show this year. Now, I don't know if I'm actually going to meet that goal, but I appreciate you being a part of kicking that into gear. Thank you very much, Matt. Hey.
Hey. Be one of the 500.
Thank you. So now you are one of the many. Very cool. Very cool. All right. So we're going to move along and
I have to say, you've just put a whole new concept in my head of a spiked drink.
Watch and learn. You never know what's going to happen here. It could be really, really interesting. All right. So, what 3 things do you have to have with you when you were creating a story, Druscilla?
Oh, I have to sit in a certain spot. I'm a little bit Sheldon with that. I have my spot. And if I'm not in my spot, I can still write, but it's really hard work. So, yep, this is my spot right here. This is it. I have cats. I'm surrounded by cats. That seems to work for me, except when they are distracting and fighting. But apart from that, they're a nice comfort. I have to pretty much have some background noise. But then again, at other times, particularly when editing, I will have silence. But definitely have to have my spot. And further to the conversation earlier, a cup of tea.
And how do you take
a cup of tea?
How do you take your tea? How do you do
it? It has to be like mud, a splash of milk. And you know what? I could very easily intrude on Lewis Carroll's territory and write a story about someone becoming an absolute psycho because they don't get the correct cup of tea. That would not be difficult.
That's where I was trying to get you to go, but she just schooled you. All right. High five to
you can ask any of the staff at McDonald's. Ask any of the staff at McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's needs to train their staff to make a decent cup of tea. I'm putting that out there, Maccas.
Not McDonald's. Yeah.
Terrible. Terrible. I make my own.
All right.
I've got a special. There's a farm shop nearby that stock special blended tea made by a local Edinburgh company called Edinburgh Tea.
Beautiful.
And I'm really enjoying that just now. So yeah, my tea at the moment.
Beautiful.
All right. So Matt, what 3 things do you need to be in the creative groove?
Music helps. If I'm just writing, music helps. Now I can have the kids in the room or the wife down the sofa if that's the case. My little earphones go in. My little earphones. They go in. So yeah, music helps when I'm writing. It helps me concentrate. I can't write without glasses, so there's my reading glasses there. So my reading eyesight's fading a wee bit. So and if I'm editing, this little thing, Thesaurus, that or an online kind of thesaurus. This is like a Bible to me. If I'm editing, it's there's times when my head decides it hates me, and you just can't think of the words that you need. And you've got a word in your head, and that word won't get out of your head. So this little baby just kind of helps, as is the line one. This doesn't contain every word or every alternate word that you need, but the online one can't help it if it's not in there or there's nothing there. So yeah, no, that's kind of the three things for me.
Very cool. All right, so you both write horror, and sometimes in horror work there are weapons. And what I would like to ask Druscilla is, what is one weapon that you are not, and were not, well, maybe you're familiar with now, but that you were not familiar with before, that you ended up writing about with a character in one of your works?
Ooh, well, I actually haven't written many with weapons, and as far as I recall, apart from the vampire's talons, which
those are weapons.
I guess I'm not familiar with those, because I don't suddenly grow huge talons that can rip out someone's heart. So that would be one unfamiliar one. I guess I would like to write something involving a gun, because I don't know much about guns, and recently I got involved with a discussion about different types of guns and what they can do and what they can't do, and I think that would be challenging. But the only weapon I've actually written about was pretty simply a knife, and it was a knife. It was a knife. Mm.
Did the character use the knife in any other way other than just forcefully pushing it in?
No, she was in a pretty desperate state at the time, and it was pretty much an attacking, stabbing knife. Yeah. Yeah, right. But I must admit, I'm rather partial if I write with a knife. I mean, it was a straight out knife. But if I was to write another one, and I will be writing another one, as I said, there's an animal activist one in the works, and that will involve not just a hunting knife, and I actually have a hunting knife, so I am familiar with that, but, and that probably sounds a little scary. I haven't used it, but it's there. It used to belong to my dad. But that particular book is going to be a challenge in regard to killing methods, because it will involve multiple different ways of killing people. So in honesty, I'm not really sure what's coming at me with that one. So I'm pretty sure I'll have to do a lot of research involving physio types of what happens when people, I don't know, get drowned, get stabbed, get shot. That's going to involve a heap of research on that level. And my Google history is probably going to be pretty interesting and on the FBI list.
Probably. We're going to shift that question over to Matt, and we're going to, after he hopefully doesn't fall over from laughter, because he's giggling over there. Give me something about this subject.
Well, I'm thinking about my Google history, writing a horror erotica at the moment. Yeah, my Google history is probably not the best at the moment.
That's right. We'll both be on the FBI list.
Right.
Things that I've never learned before. So, yeah, it's more what I'm learning just now, and it's makeshift weapons. So, my subsidiary character, Big Davy, he used a metallic tankard to beat we'll call it a zombie to death with. So he's quite a strong character as it is, and these are quite large tankards that they have, so he can use one of them. But until they get their hands on some proper weaponry, it's all been makeshift at the moment, which has been quite fun to do. Fence posts, pokers, that sort of thing. But I've got a full range of medieval weapons like falchions and halberds of kind of research and looking forward to sort of the research I've used on them to kind of writing them into stories. So looking forward to that.
Okay. Doing a little back work right here, trying to get a link out, and hopefully I sent it to the right place. But yeah, well, if I didn't, I'll have to figure out how to fix it. All right. So let me think. Time management. I know you guys, you both have lots of different kinds of things that you do during the day. How do you manage your time when it comes to writing? And what happens if you actually sit down and you know you're going to do it, but it doesn't flow? What do you do?
I'm not really good at time management. I'm terrible. I'll admit it right here, right now. I suck at time management. I've been doing a lot of cover work lately, and that I have to prioritize cover work over the writing often, because if an author or a publisher is waiting on a cover and is waiting to see, you know, the proofs of a cover, say, I have to get that done. So I have to work to deadlines a lot. So I actually treasure my writing time, but I'm also someone that has to feel that creative urge. I'm learning to whip the muse and whip her into shape, but there's times she lets me down. So in that instance, I just start editing what I've already written. And I find that once I start editing and going through stuff, it gets the creative juices flowing, and then I can write. But yeah, time management, I'm still mastering that.
Okay, we're going to go over to Matt right now. Same question.
Master of procrastination.
Yeah.
Time for writing each night, and I'll sit down and I'll write, and too often it doesn't flow. So I will chat to people. I've got some friends as other authors. I'll chat to them, maybe see if that can help, or I'll reread back and stuff. I'll maybe do some editing, as Druscilla's done. More often than not, I'll muck about, maybe talk to my wife, or pop something on the telly to distract me for half an hour, come back to what I'm doing, just do what I can, try and regain the creative flow. Sometimes it just doesn't work, and I'll move on to a different piece that I'm writing.
Right.
Maybe I can see if I can get something done on that. But yeah, if it's not there, sometimes it's just not there. And sometimes it's just worth giving up for the night and in the next night. There's not a lot you can do about that. That's just writing. I think Druscilla would probably say the same.
Thank you, Matt. I feel better now.
Right. All right. So, you know, you do things that you need to do. You do things that you need to do when you need to do them. So, let's see. Where do I go? Do you use an editor, Druscilla?
Yes. When I say use an editor, my publisher has an editor, and most people I've published with have editors. So I'm lucky in that I have Roy as my co-author on Blood of Nyx. So that's kind of like having a built-in editor, and also saves me a few dollars on getting an editor. I read through it a lot. I get beta readers, and then I pretty much entrust it to the publisher. But I think if you're self-publishing, it's really worth investing in A, a book cover designer, and B, a good editor. And when you're looking for an editor, shop around, read what they've done, read the work they've edited, and then make your choice. So I actually think getting an editor is of real importance for any writer, because no matter how good you are, you're not going to see the forest for the trees. There's going to be instances you don't catch things, or you might not have killed enough darlings, in which case someone will pull you up and say, hey, that needs to go. So yeah, definitely I would always recommend using an editor.
All right, so we're going to go over to Matt. We're going to ask him the same question. Editor.
I'm very lucky I have got an editor. I've got lovely Christina Hargis-Smith as my editor. I work with Christina. I talk to Christina all the time. And Christina basically keeps me on the right path as I'm writing. She's editing. So I send in chapters as I've written them. She'll send them back. So I'm continually self-editing. So I've done chapters. So the way I do it is, in the agreement we've got, is I'll write the chapter. I'll go back over that chapter. I'll go back over it again until I'm happy with that chapter, and then I'll put it off to Christina. She'll have a look at it. She'll suggest the kind of edits as per the editor, and then she'll look at it and based on the overall story, have some suggestions so that we've got kind of draft 2, draft 3 going as we're writing it.
Right.
It's a process I've never done before. It's a very interesting process. It's a learning experience for me. This entire sort of writing thing recently has been a whole learning experience for me. And to be honest, I'm quite enjoying the structure. I'm really enjoying having Christina. Christina thinks in quite a similar wavelength to me, but she's got that pernickety brain that I've maybe not quite got. And I, to be honest, I think I'd be lost without Christina. She really is amazing.
I have had about 5 or 6 people from her company, and when I did the pre-interview process for bringing them on to get everybody settled and whatnot, they were all very eloquent. They were all very passionate, and they all had so many wonderful things to say about Christina. So Optimus Maximus Publishing, get over there, take a look at what they have to offer in as finished books. And if you are an author, you might decide to see what you can do if you have something to submit. I know that she does horror genre. I think that there are a number of other genres that are going on over there as well. And so, who knows, might be a new place for you guys to get over and take a look at. All right, so we are at 10:55 p.m. here. We're 5 minutes to the top of the hour, and I am interested in asking Druscilla, what do you think about this show and it is and what it can do for indie creatives?
Oh, I love this show. I will start with that. I absolutely love your show. And one of the things I love is the questions you ask. These aren't shallow questions. These are questions that actually dig deep. And I think that's rare. And I think you actually access the thought process behind the creative process. And that's important. I think also this show is much needed in the indie, whole publishing, in the creative area, not just publishing, because I know you're going into films, you're going into music, you're covering a lot of areas. And I am absolutely rapt you're doing that, because there's so much untapped talent out there waiting to be discovered, and mainstream media doesn't look really, unless it's at the box office or in the New York Times bestseller list, they don't touch it. And so a lot of people miss a lot of good books, a lot of good films, and a lot of good music. And I'm lucky. I have been involved in various forms of indie in the music. My son is a sound engineer, so through him I hear a lot of indie music. I know filmmakers, and again, I access a lot of very talented stuff that's out there. Right. But there's not really many platforms that will not only help you get your stuff out there and get it known, but also look at the process, the creative process. And that is, I think, what's unique to your show, is you're very passionate about the creative process. And I love that. I think that's just something very special, very, very special. And that's why I recommend this show to any creative person.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, so I need you to put your book up again. We'll put you on the big screen. Love,
Blood of Nyx.
Love, Blood, Betrayal. Blood of Nyx.
That pretty much sums it up.
Yeah, right?
Love, Blood, Betrayal.
Very cool.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. All right, we're going to move over to Matt, and we're going to see if Matt wants to continue, because I know. What time is it over there?
It is 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Are you still? Do you want to? Do you want to keep going, or do you want to go lay down and get some sleep?
We've got 1 more hour. Why not?
I have 2. I have 2 more hours.
Too late to sleep, Matt.
Well, all right. So we are bringing on now D.A. Roberts to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube. D.A. has been with us for a number of years, and we've been following also D.A.'s career, and he's made some major changes himself, and it is lovely to have you here. I want to introduce you to Druscilla Morgan. She is from Australia, and this is Matt Hay, and Matt Hay is from Scotland, and this is D.A. Robert. D.A. Roberts is from where?
I'm from Springfield, Missouri, United States.
Woohoo! So we got, let me see if I can get this thing to go back to, there we go. Now it's going to filter all the way through. So D.A., welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Go ahead and tell folks who you are, what you create, in what genre, and what your latest is.
Well, my name's D.A. Roberts. I started out with a small publishing company out of California, but ended up becoming an independent author when things just didn't really work out for us. But I've got 2 series currently in production. The first, which I'm most known for, is a zombie apocalypse series called the Ragnarok Rising Saga. And I took elements of Norse mythology and blended it with the zombie apocalypse. I wanted something that was different. I wanted something that was uniquely my own. As it progresses, it becomes more and more about the actual Ragnarok that it does the dead. It's an evolving series, and book 4 and 5 of the series have been described as the Game of Thrones meets Walking Dead, which really makes me pretty happy. There's 5 in that series, and they're all fairly hefty, right around the 500-page mark, a 6x9 binding. I can hold them up if you like.
Yes.
Here's the first one. This one's called The Awakening.
Tilt it down a little bit, like,
Sorry
this.
about that.
Into it.
There we go. That was The Awakening.
Hang on. Let me put you on the big screen since, there you go. Cool. Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. I've got a cycle. The second one of the series is called The Reckoning. Third one in the series is called The Crossing.
And pull it down a little bit.
Covers.
There you go. Got it.
Covers kind of dark on that one.
Good.
Fourth book of the series is called Redemption.
I like that.
And the final book in the series is called Desolation. And that did wrap up the series. I did release a standalone short story that went along with that, and it's called Last Girl Standing. But it takes place about the same time as the first book in the series. I also have the first book of my science fiction series, which is called The Lost Legion, Perdition's Flame.
Tilt it like a little bit like this so we can see. Okay, yeah.
How's that?
Good. We're gonna.
I really went for like an old school sci-fi feel for the cover, like the old '60s pulp novels.
Yes.
And the second book in that series should be out in a few weeks. We're in final production stages on it. It should be out in a few weeks, and it'll be called The Lost Legion: Blood and Honor. and it'll be a continuing series. There was a video game company that really liked my zombie stuff, and they asked me if I would write fiction set in the universe of their video game, which is called it's called The Infinite Black from Spellbook Studios. And they pretty much gave me a blank check and told me to create the history of that universe, and that was the first book of that. And that will probably be an ongoing series. I'll probably do about one of those a year for the foreseeable future, at least as long as they'll let me. That's what I have out currently. Oh, and I'm in 2 anthologies.
The I'm looking for your email. Did I? First of all,
I don't know if I may not have sent it to you. It's daroberts@darkwaterfiction.com.
Did you get an email from me the other day that told you like when you were coming in and all that?
Yeah, I got the email and I forgot to reply to it with all my links because I've been on duty all weekend.
That's all right. I'm just razzing you a little bit.
I'm so sorry about that, Jackie.
No, don't even sweat it. I'm razzing you about it. I was like, did I screw up?
For
okay,
people that don't know, I'm a full-time cop on top of being an author. So I've been on duty for days, and I couldn't wait to do this show. But I've got 2 passions in life, I suppose.
You have a wonderful background, and part of the reason why this show is created is to help people who have very, very high stress jobs or have had high stress history. And one of the ways that they go to work things out in a way, whatever way they can, they create in apocalyptic work and or in some other form of creative process. For you, being in a high stress position, is that something that helps you to be able to unwind, or does it cause more stress because now you are contracted?
No, actually, I find writing to be my catharsis. It's my relaxation. It's if I've had a particularly bad day, I will sit down at the keyboard and just let it go. Music is another big thing that I enjoy. I like to listen to music when I'm stressed out, or also music also helps set the mood for what I'm writing.
I sent out I sent out a Facebook post with everybody's name from this evening, and I asked people to write in questions for the guest. Did you get questions?
I could pull that up. I haven't checked. I've only been off duty about an hour and a half.
Oh my goodness.
I just barely got out of my body armor before I started setting up for this. Let me check.
Okay, while you're doing that, I will go dig up your Amazon page.
Okay.
And let's see here. Matt, do you have any questions for D.A. Roberts?
Yeah. With the characters in your book, do you any of them on yourself being a cop?
The main characters in the series, the Ragnarok series, are it's centered around law enforcement, because it all started as really kind of a conversation between me and a few other fellow officers about what we would do if the zombies hit our hometown. But there are elements of my life there. Character had the same profession, and I used elements like my military career. But it's really his own character. He took on a life of his own pretty early. I tried to draw on the experiences I've had, as well as the people I've worked with, because I've worked with some amazing people, and I tried to give these characters these traits, these amazing qualities in these people, the bravery, the self-sacrifice of the people that I've worked with and come to admire. And I've hoped that everyone that I've known can read something of themselves into some of these characters.
That's part of using realistic situations and not using the superhuman superhero coming to the rescue to clean house, so to speak. But what you're doing is you're actually using regular people in different unnatural or maybe it's extremely intense situations.
Absolutely. And I like to make characters and the action especially. I like to make it as believable as possible because I've always believed that if you don't get the little details right, the suspension of disbelief is gone for the big details. So when I discuss tactics or the weapons that they use in the books, it's stuff I've done. I've been a door kicker. I've been the first guy through the door. I know what the tactics are. I know the lingo, and I want everything to be as spot on as I could make it, barring the fact that it's zombies, of course.
Right.
But I wanted to make the action as believable and as realistic and precise as I could.
Druscilla Morgan is going to be writing a work where she is going to have to learn about guns. And I know that there is one person on the planet other than my husband who knows a lot about them, and that's that guy right there.
I was just thinking that I might have a go-to.
You may
By all
have
means.
a go.
Be glad to help.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, this is people helping other people be able to expand their knowledge base and even their network base. It's a cool thing. All right.
It is very cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So, DA, you have been on this show a number of times in many different forms. I think I don't know if we had you on Z Talk Radio, but I know we had you on live stream. Then and a number of times on that, and then a couple other things that happened in between there. So I've asked you a lot of questions.
Yeah, you when I had one book out and nobody knew who I was, you were one of the few shows that gave me a shot.
Hey, I know that my husband Kenneth really appreciated how you conducted yourself online, and it was a wonderful thing. So I'm glad to be able to facilitate that.
Ken's awesome. I love talking to Ken.
He is a different kind of sort, isn't he?
Well, I think we're cut from about the same kind of cloth.
I think so too. All right. So what I guess I'm kind of sort of trying to get at is, are there any questions that you have that we haven't covered when you've been on, or any subject matter that maybe we only touched on a little bit that you would like to expound on?
A lot of the questions I get when I do panels at conventions, or then some of the shows I've done, they all want to know what the difference really is between self-publishing and traditional publishing. And having done both, I can give a pretty good insight on that. But I know a lot of even conventions, if they think you're an independent author, won't even give you a second thought. And there's still a lot of that a bias towards independent authors that I think we still have a ways to go before everybody's taken seriously, because the ease of publishing of the self-publishing market, the way Amazon made it so easy, there's a lot of stuff in print now, and the market's pretty full of it, but not all of it's good. And I'm not going to point fingers at anybody. I know probably my editing could be a little tighter. There's just a lot of stuff out there, and there's so much for everybody to sort through. They don't always find the gem in the rough, and that's what we've all got to compete against. We've got to get our name out there against the thousands of other titles that are out there. But we plug away. We write our books. We introduce our novels to people when we can, and hope that they love them. What it's all about, sharing our stories. And what I tell people, the main differences between self-publishing and publishing traditionally is really, honestly, these days, it's the size of your royalty take.
Right.
Because if you're going to be putting the effort into the publishing and getting a decent cover, the only real difference between you and the big boys, quote unquote, is the simple fact that they're paying their publisher 85% of the royalties, and you're getting a far bigger chunk of the change.
Here is something that I have found over the last 6 months that is changing within the indie market. And it's pretty big. Their big boxes, big five houses, are looking at indie published work, and they are going through their Amazon pages, and they're going through their social media, and they're taking a look to see what kind of following these people have. And sometimes what these big houses are doing is actually going and picking up a indie author simply because he has a very large following fan base, and they are some fairly remarkable or fairly nice reviews on the pages. They are also taking a look at how these indie authors, indie publishing authors, are going about marketing their work. And one of the things that they are also looking for is how a person goes and gets creative about how they do their marketing. So, DA, do you have any kind of a response to what I just said?
Well, it's all about being creative, because everybody does what I like to call link bombing. They'll post a link on Facebook and they'll drop 1 million copies of it over various pages, and you click on your feed and there'll be 35 things in your list, all from one person. And as authors, we've got to stop doing that, because people are either clicking ignore or they're blocking you.
Mm-hmm.
And now nothing you post is getting into their feed. So I'm very selective about doing the link bombs. But I like to do shows like this. I've been promoting myself at conventions. I'll be the author guest of honor at the Gaming Arts Media Expo here in Springfield this year, which is really awesome for me. It's my first big guest of honor position, and I'm pretty thrilled about it. But I'm trying to branch out of my area into bigger and bigger shows.
Right.
We've booked a show for this May in Kansas City, Missouri, which is going to be a pretty decent sized show. It's called Conquest. It's one of the oldest science fiction and fantasy conventions in the United States. It's been around since the early 70s. Continually running, has not stopped. It's an old sci-fi convention, and I'm really looking forward to doing that. I did that show once before with George R.R. Martin 2 years ago, and I got to meet him, and I met Brandon Sanderson. Brandon Sanderson is a huge supporter of the indie market. He said that it's absolutely brilliant. He said, "Do you guys really go out there and put yourselves out there? You do a lot of hard work to get your books out there." And he says, "I think you guys deserve more credit," which I thought was awesome. And Sanderson's just a super nice guy. While everybody was mingling after the main part of the convention had shut down, Sanderson went down and set up his D&D set. Was running an old school D&D campaign for a bunch of his fans, which was awesome. I didn't get to play because I had another commitment, but I did go down and talk to him.
These conventions are really important, even if you're just going to watch. But one of the things you have to be very, very considerate about is if you go and you do that, and you have, like, say you're maybe a business card, or you have some sort of thing that says, "Hey, you're a writer." You don't want to go in there and try and bombard everybody with your stuff. One of the cool things, couple of the cool things that you can do is, one, you can wear a T-shirt that's got your stuff on it. You know, your name, or a book cover or something. And, you know, sometimes you get people that will come up and say, "Hey, what's that? That looks kind of interesting." Or you can talk to people. How about that? Just talk to people and not say, "Hey, I'm an author," or "I'm a creative, blah, blah, blah." But, "Hey, that looks cool. That's interesting. What is that? Talk to me about it." Especially if it has something to do with the genre that you create in, because then it says to that person, it says, "Hey, they're interested in what I have." And there would be more susceptible to listening to something that you have. But on that first meeting, you don't go and lambast them with it. You try to get a connect. You go, you talk to them, you see what they've got. If it's interesting to you, then you get a little conversation there. This conversation might only last between 2 to 5 minutes. But if it continues, then you maybe get to exchange, I don't know, a Gmail, or you might an Instagram or whatever their pages on whatever social media thing. And then you could say the next step is, hey, I met you at blah, 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 and I'm really interested in this. You talk a little bit more about them. And then maybe the third conversation, you tell them what you do, unless they ask in either 1 or 2 steps. It's a 3-step thing. What do you do? Am I like, anywhere on the mark with that, DA?
The real great thing about doing those shows, the best part about it is the networking, like you're talking about. You meet so many talented people. That a lot of authors make, and I see a lot of authors doing it at these shows, is they'll set their books up on their table and they'll just sit behind their table and wait for people to approach them. And I think that's by and large because a lot of writers are very introverted. They're used to staying behind their board. That's not me. I'm extremely vocal. I'm up. I'm away from my table. I'm like talking to people. I see a real cool costume. I'm like, hey, I know what that's from. We'll talk about the costume for a while. And I'm always getting pictures of myself with people with different cool costumes. I've got one I need to post that I just did back in February. February. It was February. A guy dressed as Odin. So I was talking to him, and I mentioned that my series was called Ragnarok Rising. So I got a picture of me and Odin, and Odin's holding one of my books, which I thought was awesome.
Very cool. All right. I know I talked to Druscilla yesterday, and she had an interesting conversation with someone in either a coffee house or a tea house. What happened with you that sparked something else from it?
For me? Well, it was totally unrelated at first, and that's the thing. I think if you're just human with people, if you just chat to people in general, and if you have an interest in people, they sense that. And she turned out she was on a library committee, and she told me about they have once a year which features authors, women authors, and it went from there. So I will be joining the library committee, and further to that, I will be probably going to the dinner. And then also at the cafe, the lady that ran the cafe had a friend there who looked up the book while we were talking and ended up ordering a copy. So sometimes it can come from unexpected sources, but yeah, it's right in that you need to get out there and talk to people. You need to interact and not just, I'm an introvert essentially, and it's hard for me to get out there, but that's exactly what we have to do. And so once people sense your interest, they will become interested. So yes, very true.
All right, we're going to go over, AA. We're going to go over to Matt, and we're going to, see? There's Odin.
I love that. I love it.
So what would Odin say to something like that? What do you think about having to talk to people, Odin?
Lot of enemies. Kill them all.
It wasn't very much on the talking side, too much. So Matt, how do you go about getting people to see that you have something? What do you do?
I talk to people. It's just a common interest. An example, I work for a telecoms company, and was dealing with somebody in another office down in England, and we're chatting away about hobbies and interests, and he was telling me what he did. He makes things, metallic stuff, old stuff can make them new again. He's got kind of a skill that way. The old sort of washing machines and that people throw away, he kind of restores them, makes them new, sells them on again. And I was discussing, basically, he says, well, what do you do in your spare time? I said, well, I'm a writer. It's all right. He said, so the discussion came on. We started talking about, the stories that I've wrote and that are on Amazon, and the next thing I knew, he's bought a copy of it. So it's just simply talking to people. Even on social media, talking away to people on Facebook. Somebody becomes your friend. You say hello, how you doing? You interact with them. If they're posting something on their Facebook page, jump on, say so. Just sort of talk to them about a few things. Sometimes it comes up that you're a writer and they ask what you're writing, how's stuff going on. You take an interest in them, they'll take an interest in you.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just being human. That's the thing with some writers out there, and I don't think it happens with independents because I don't think to do it. But a lot of the bigger names, they just sort of hide behind this big sort of pen name or this sort of label of who they are, rather than getting out there and basically meeting their fans and saying, "This is me. This is who I am."
Very good. Thank you.
I'm a nice.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we're going to go back over to DA. DA, you have something on your blog page. It says, "The end is only the beginning." I love that. Give me more.
I read a while back when I first started trying to market myself. It said one of the best ways to be memorable is to have a tagline. And I came up with that, and because at the end of the book, it really still only the beginning, because there's more stories to tell, and there always will be more stories to tell. Maybe I won't be the one to tell them. Maybe Matt will be telling it. Maybe Matt will pick up where I leave off. I don't know. But the thing is there's always going to be more stories to tell, and all of us as writers and as readers. I mean, you can probably see all the junk on the shelf behind me back there, but I've got tons of books by dozens and dozens of different authors, and I know we all do. So we don't all buy just one author,
right?
And there's room on the bookshelf for all of our books, and it's really telling those stories that we as writers. That's the real payoff. I may never be a Stephen King or a J.K. Rowling, but the simple fact that my books are out there, will remember them, and I get favorable reviews. The fact that someone out there thoroughly enjoyed something I wrote, to me, that's just the greatest part of it.
So I'm going to bring you back to the very first book that you put out there for sale. And I want you to say what that book was, because I know you got it in there somewhere. And I want you to tell me what it was like when somebody outside of your family, outside of your friends list said, "I like that. I want more."
The first one was The Awakening, and I'll dig that one back out. But with my old publisher, it had a different cover. It was a black cover with red writing, and it was very dark and hard to see. But it was essentially this book, but it with a slightly different cover. And when that book came out, I thought, wow, I finally did it. I finally achieved the goal of producing a novel. And I thought, man, is anybody going to read this? But what made it really seem real to me is when I started getting those Amazon reviews. The first couple that appeared just staggered me, because they some of these were from other parts of the world. There's a lady that's a fan of mine on my author page that's been with my book series since book one, since the old black cover, original cover back in 2012, first printing of Ragnarok Rising, and she's from New Zealand. And that really drove home to me that somebody on the other side of the world read and enjoyed something a farm kid from Lebanon, Missouri wrote on a 10-acre farm outside a little farming town north of Springfield. And for me, that was the dream come true. I grew up reading amazing fiction on the farm when we really didn't have, back in the 70s when we had 2 TV channels. Mm-hmm. So I grew up reading. If I wasn't doing chores out on the farm, I was reading. And to have someone literally on the other side of the world read something that I had written and enjoy it was the most amazing thing in the world. It was just astounding.
So let me bring you up to speed now, and you have written all of those works. How has that changed you, or has it?
I don't really think so. At heart, I'm still that farm kid from the farm. I still put on my body armor and go to work, and I'm still cut up with my friends. And if I sold 100 million copies, the only thing that would mean would be I would buy a house for my wife's parents. They're both getting on in years and they're both on disability. I would buy them a house so they would have someplace that was comfortable for them for the remainder of their years. I would put my boys through college. I'd get a nicer computer. But beyond that, I don't think it would really change me. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just me. It's not going to change.
That's
that. I don't want to be anybody but me.
I will say I've known this man for a number of years now, and he's right. He is the same as he was before. Maybe a few more books, maybe a little bit more pocket rich.
A little less hair.
But I've watched this. Yeah, I'm like, But it's a good experience, and it is lovely to be able to see how you're developing, and that it is possible to have a nice fan base and not end up like a dork like some of these people who maybe write 1 or 2 books and then they're like, I'm all that in a bag of chips and this is blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay. I know you guys don't know anybody like that, but
I went to a convention a number of years ago, and I won't say who the author was, but we've all heard of him. The girl that was in line in front of me to get his autograph had an old, battered, dog-eared copy of one of his books, and the guy had a meltdown that she didn't buy it at the table. He wasn't signing it. He just went insane, chewing this girl out because she didn't purchase it at the table, and he wasn't signing anything that wasn't purchased at the table. I just walked away. At that point, I could care less about having the guy's autograph. I haven't read anything he's written since. And I promised myself right then and there that if I ever became an author, it happened, I would never be that guy.
Right.
And I got to put that to the test here not too long ago. My wife and I were sitting at a convention, and this lady comes up and she says, "Hi, I'm a fan of your books, and I want to know if I could talk to you about them for a while." I'm like, "Oh, absolutely." So we sit there and talk. And she said, "Will you mind signing one of my books?" And I'm like, "Oh, sure, I'd love to." So she digs out the old black cover, and this thing has been everywhere. She said everyone in her family had read it. She'd mailed it to her sister in South Carolina, and it came back and been rained on. And this book has been through the mill. It has been read a bunch of times. And I take the book and I'm like, "Honey, look at this thing. Holy crap." I'm like, "Heck yes, I would be thrilled to sign this. This is amazing." She goes, "Well, I'm so sorry it's in bad condition." I go, "No, this book has been read. That's exactly what it was for. This book has been read many times. I absolutely love this." So I got a picture with her and with the book, and I signed the book, and she was so thrilled. She bought everything I had on the table. She bought every book, all the subsequent books, bought everything on the table. I'm like, "Ma'am, this is just fantastic." So I signed all the books, and I had a T-shirt I gave her. I had some T-shirts printed. I gave her a T-shirt, some stickers that I had. It was just amazing. And this lady was just so thrilled that I was not upset because the book was in bad shape. But it was exactly the opposite. To me, the simple fact that so many people had enjoyed that book, that book was so dog-eared and the pages bent, and it had truly been through the mill. Yes, that is what it's about. I don't care if you didn't buy 100 copies so everybody could read it. I don't care that you bought 1 copy. 100 people read this book. It was awesome.
That there is the kind of stuff that we love to hear on this show. It goes to the passion not only of the creative, but the passion of the people that love what you guys do. And way to go, and way to turn that around, that situation that you saw, and way to do that. Beautiful. All right, so let me think here. What can I do to DA that I haven't done before?
Well, that's when Jackie's dangerous. Uh-oh.
Yeah, when I got the 1 tooth out, you're in trouble. Let me think. You like to take psychology yourself and put it into your work. sometimes these things are a little bit more real than some people would like to hear. What is one situation where you took a very raw situation and you put it into your character's life?
I created a villain for my sci-fi series, and it was a female pirate, essentially a space pirate. It's set 500-600 years in the future, and I needed this character to be not so much redeemable, but have some qualities that at least you could relate to, while at the same time being thoroughly a villain. So what I resorted to was Jungian archetypes, and not everybody will use that model for character creation, but I needed that baseline that I needed to build from, and I think I made a pretty believable character. She's pretty thoroughly evil. But Jungian archetypes, you can go a long way toward character creation just using those base archetypes.
Absolutely. All right. So in the horror genre, no, wait a minute. Well, yeah. Okay, Druscilla, in the horror genre, is there one trope that you would wish for people to get away from when it comes to film or books? And what would that be if you could nix it out?
Well, honestly, probably the vampire. And in actual fact, a publisher put out a call recently for vampire short stories with a twist. Now, I'll be honest, I wasn't real keen on the sparkle, but hey, it sold books and it worked and it made some people happy, so I'm not going to knock that. But for me, I do like my vampires bloodthirsty, but I have a real interest in psychic vampires, for example. I have a interest in hybrids, and I think there's a lot that horror authors can explore, and also really the psychopath. I mean, the psychopath in horror is quite prominent, and yet I think often they're presented in a very one-dimensional way. Very one-dimensional, and I think often they're just evil. And really, no one is just evil. And I think that actually in horror is the biggest trope, the evil character that's just evil. No one's just evil. Some people are hurt, some people are ill, some people or whatever, but it's never just black and white.
Right.
And I love any horror that explores further and digs a little deeper to find out the why. And I sometimes think there's not enough of the why. There's a lot of the gore and the slash and the horror. There's not enough of the why. And also, I mean, people that just walk on into things. People that just walk on into that room when they know there's something in it. Like, there's got to be some sort of logic behind the behavior. There's got to be some logic, whether it's an antagonist or a protagonist. There has to be logic on some level, a reason. Even if they're totally crazy. In their crazy world, there's logic. So I think those areas, I see a lot of horror that becomes almost one-dimensional because those areas aren't explored. That would be my biggest gripe, I would say, and also my own personal challenge as a writer of not falling into those traps.
Thank you for that. All right, we're going to go over to Matt and ask the same question.
That's a stacking question because there's so many things out there that are cliched. At the moment, I would say, film-wise, I hate the kind of remote locations that groups seem to go to, and they always seem to put themselves in silly, vulnerable situations. So it's like, group of teenagers in a dorm or a camp out in the lakes and woods, and there's a creature stalking there. Why don't they have mobile phone communication, or why don't they stay together as a group? Why do they all seem to want to wander off by themselves? It's like music here.
It is interesting. Now we're going to go over to D.A. Roberts, and we're going to ask you, are there any tropes in the apocalyptic that you would really like to see go bye-bye?
Well, I think it really applies to horror in general, not just post-apocalyptic, but it would definitely apply to post-apocalyptic, especially in specifically the film genre. I think the most, according to most pop culture and horror, the most dangerous creature in the world is the point of view camera. Ditch the point of view camera. We've done that to death. I would. I don't know how if it aired in the UK or in Australia, but back in the mid '70s, there was an old horror series done here in the United States with Darren McGavin called The Night Stalker. And they're old campy from the '70s. The special effects were terrible because it was in 1974, but the writing was amazing. And I've watched them recently, and the writing holds up today. If you watch it for the writing value alone, not the special effects, because the special effects were done on a 1974 budget and with 1974 special effects, but the writing alone, if you judge it by that, the writing was just absolutely superb and creative, and it was what it later inspired the X-Files. The X-Files took their roots from the Night Stalker with Darren McGavin, and that did so much with so little. And I can remember some of those stories scared the crap out of me when I was a kid, because it was more psychological, and it didn't deal with a lot of point of view camera. You only got side obliques of the creature, and sometimes no views at all.
Right.
But it was never just the point of view camera killing somebody, and then you wondered what it was. You always got some at least subliminal glimpse of something, and it was absolutely terrifying. I don't like the point of view cam. I think it's been overused, and I think if you really want to instill terror in somebody, you can't just see. You don't want to see the close up of somebody suddenly getting killed. You want to see at least a side view of what it was that did it.
What happened here?
Even if you only catch a glimpse of a big beastly hairy arm coming into the frame and tearing their head off, you want a glimpse of what did it. And I think that's where your fear comes from. Even if it's only a glimpse, that glimpse is enough to where your imagination will fill in the pieces, and you're going, oh, the hand looks like that. The rest of it's got to look like this.
Right.
Deprive you of that. At that point, you're just speculating.
All right, so I'm going to go over to Matt, and I'm going to ask you, and if you can't, when I ask this question, because I'm going to ask it of everybody, when I ask this question, if you can't remember the exact, just give me the essence of what, okay? What is your most powerful line within your latest published work?
Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know if it's the most powerful, but there's a line I like that I wrote, which was Mannequin, which is a self-made Prada prison. Just a small snippet of the line. I just like that one. It's just. It's the main character was trapped under a rack of clothes, and it was of his own doing. So I came up with the line of self-made Prada prison. So I just kind of like that one. I thought it described it quite nicely.
Very cool. I'm going to go over to Druscilla Morgan.
Well, the one that comes most readily to mind, and I can't remember the exact line, to be honest, but it refers to a character being spewed from the womb. And in actual fact, that character was so reviled by his mother, and the revile went both ways. I mean, there was no love in that relationship. So just the image of being spewed from the womb, like just expelled with no love and no connection, that stays with me, because I think possibly a lot of people feel like they're spewed from the womb. So wow. I think that translates on a psychological level.
Absolutely. We're going to go over to DA.
One of the last sentences in the main part of book 5 of my Ragnarok series, and I'll read it verbatim.
Sure.
And I was always kind of proud of that. and it was basically the main character after he died being led away into the afterlife. And he says, as he turned to lead me away from where my body lay, a bright white light emerged from the sky. I guess I still got my blaze of glory. I was kind of proud of that.
Very good. Cool. You guys are doing great. All right, let's go into, let's see, what kind of subject matter can I drag into here now? How do you name your characters? How do you name your characters? We're gonna go to Druscilla. Sure.
Great difficulty. With great difficulty. I went through a bit of a process with mine because every name I chose, someone else had used, and someone would say, "Oh, that's true, reminiscent of such and such." And in the end, I went with Lucius as the main character, the nasty dude. Look, it suits him. It really suits him. He's just a Lucius. He's Luciferic in nature, and for me, it conveyed that Luciferic image. Margaret was the little rose. She was a little rose about to bloom that got crushed, and I even use that analogy in the book. And so Margaret was a little bit exotic, and yet for me that represented innocence and almost an old worldly charm. So I go a lot on the characters themselves and their traits, and often they'll just tell me their name. They'll just suggest their name. But other times it really is to do with the traits of that character and the name that would best reflect those traits to the reader.
Right.
So that's how I choose.
Thank you. We're going to go over to Matt and ask you the same question. How do you choose in writing your names for characters?
With the short stories, it was how the characters fit their personalities. Although my second main character was named after the chap I sit beside at work, because it was kind of like that in a sense. So I thought, I've got to name him Joe because it's sit beside Joe, and Joe's a really cool guy. So yeah, I'll go with him. With the book I'm writing at the moment, because it's based in Scotland during the clan system, the characters are all part of the Douglas clan, main characters, and the Balliol clan for the protagonist. There's other clans that come later on, so it's just a case of either alliteration or Scottish names that kind of fit with that. So I've got Malcolm, which is a good traditional Scottish name, as one of my main characters, and Donald, which is another good Scottish name. So Malcolm Douglas and Donald Douglas, and their cousin Big Davy, another Scottish name. So it's just finding names that fit the characters,
right,
that come from the period as well, which is quite key.
Cool. We're going to go over to D.A. Roberts. Ask you, how do you name your characters?
I start out. I'll make a few lists of possible names, and then I'll say them out loud to see if they sound well together. See how they sound, and if the name doesn't ring when I say it, then I don't use it. I want a name that has that rolls off the tongue in the same way I want the character to be inspired in the memory. I will literally say them out loud.
All right, so now we're going to go to a nice segue, D.A. Roberts. When you do dialogue, do you talk it out yourself? Do you get someone else to have conversation with you to talk it out? Do you do a round table and talk it out that way? How do you do?
Well, I don't do it at the public library anymore. I can tell you that. I will say my dialogue out loud. And if it sounds stupid, then it's stupid for the characters. So I want it to sound like something people would say. I don't like the dialogue to be stilted because I don't speak that way. I like to jokingly tell people I'm just an uneducated hillbilly from the hills of Missouri. I do have college. I am educated somewhat. But I say that a lot. But dialogue out loud, and I want it to be natural, and to avoid having stilted dialogue. Yeah, I will say it. I will read it back to myself and go, and I'll read it 2 or 3 different ways with inflections and go, okay, no, I got to change that.
We're gonna go over to Matt. How do you do dialogue?
I write dialogue first of all, and then I'll read it out in my head, and I do a read through before I put it out to my editor. But I do that read through as a verbal read through, and I use accents and different voices for the characters as I'm reading them out, just to see how it would sound. So I'll maybe slip into a sort of deeper Scottish accent, or maybe go into Glasgow or Dundonian, or just for a laugh, maybe even pop in an English accent, just because it tickles my fancy for a laugh.
All right, I know what I'm going to ask you. In your best English accent, say Zombiepalooza Radio Live.
Oh, I say, old chap, it's Zombiepalooza Radio Live.
Love that. All right, we're gonna go over to Druscilla, and we're gonna taunt her. How do you do your dialogue?
Well, I'm fortunate with dialogue in that when I write, pretty much everything unfolds like a movie in my head. So I see the scene and I hear the dialogue, but I will often speak it out loud just to make sure, as DA says, it flows and it sounds natural. So, and yes, I try out accents. So I've been caught a number of times. A lot of the time when I'm driving, I'm running dialogue through, and I'll pull up at lights and be running the dialogue through, and then someone's sort of looking over at me and I'm there just chatting to myself. So I've been caught out. But hey, you've got to suffer in the name of art. But I'll look crazy to get good dialogue. That's fine. I will do that. Definitely. But yeah, it's like a movie.
That sounds like a hashtag there. Crazy for dialogue.
Crazy for dialogue, crazy for art.
But you gotta go out on that limb, and you gotta do something that's different and be able to pull something, amazing out of it. So let me think. We've talked about that. Nuances. All right, so we get the character, we finally got the dialogue, we think we know what we're doing, and then we need to find out, or maybe we come to find out that character, the nuances about that character that will make that dialogue sound realistic. I just did that. I can't believe I just did that. Realistic. God, I must be getting tired. Matt, help me out here.
I don't know what the MC
on the spot much.
I'm going to be honest if that's so. I'm not sure what nuances means, so that's me being a Scotsman. Right.
All right, so nuances.
I'm with you, Matt.
They have a certain tick about them. They have a certain walk that they do. They talk in a particular either particular language with twitches to it. Something that gives me the idea that this person is a real person and not just a flat, one-sided character.
Yeah. That comes as you're writing and as a character becomes more familiar to you. And as you do that, if you pick up on a nuance as you're writing, I'm probably DA and Druscilla do this as well, but I've got a character log of each of my characters, and as I've written a chapter, I'll just reread back through it and refer all the stuff, nuances that I've picked up. I'll pop it on my character log, and I'll just check that that's consistent as I'm writing through, just to make sure that there's stuff there that can be consistent with. I've got a character who daydreams, slips off into daydreams, on and off, for example. I've got another character that talks to himself quite often, so they've got little things like that. there's various nuances that I'll pick up on, but if I do pick up on them, I want a note of them so that I can use them in future scenes and future chapters as well. I want a consistency going as we're there. I don't have the best of memories. I know how my character is. I'm not going to remember everything about my character, so I want to write down stuff that I'm writing about as I'm going as well.
We're going to go over to D.A. Roberts with that same thing.
Okay. I came up with the idea when I started creating characters for my first book. I think I froze up. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, because my screen had just on my phone has frozen.
You're good.
So I'll keep going then. Now that I know I'm not frozen, I like to do I like to do little bios. I will take a couple of sheets of notebook paper, writing out. I'll start with just like a character sheet in a game. I'll do height, weight, favorite foods, little brief synopsis of the character. So when I lay a character out, not only do I know Gemini or a Capricorn, I know what his favorite food is. I know where he went to high school. I've got all these little notes in here, and I will lay those off to the side on my desk. And when I'm writing about the character, if I need a detail, just glance back at the bio. So I've got all this planned out in advance to make these characters to give these characters a life. So I have all these details to draw on.
Good. All right, we're going to go over to Druscilla and ask the same question.
Nuances. I often show nuance with a character through the eyes of another character. For example, with Margot, there's a point where Lucius is observing her from these dense bushes, and she's in a garden, and she's, just beautiful and innocent and wearing her gossamer dress, and it's all very lovely. And then she picks a rose and she crushes it in her hand. Now that is something he observes and notes, and that actually is quite significant for her character, because that beauty that she crushes is almost her beauty being crushed. So there's small things that I'll reflect for another character, and I'll often, well, for example, again with Margaret, when I think of Margaret, I think of Princess Diana. I actually think of her. And I think of that way she used to look up at people, and just little things like that. I often find with real life people, I can take something from that, and it helps form that character both in my own mind and as I write. And also with Princess Diana, she was a very strong character and also very weak and vulnerable. So I actually find her a really great analogy for Margaret, and I love Princess Di, I really did. So there's just various things that I think you can use, various devices, and it's not necessarily always through that specific character. It can be through another character or through the narrator or something like that. I think though it does have to fit the general character themselves, and it has to fit, as Matt said, how they speak, their dialogue. It has to all come together. Right. And make sense. It needs to make sense for the reader, because they need to relate to that. So absolutely. Yeah, a nuance is great, but it needs to fit with everything else.
And that is one of the best ways to be able to get that reader into that work and go, I give a damn about what's going on here. Not only do you need a really good first sentence, but you need that commitment to making these characters, making this situation as realistic as possible within that time frame of page cover to back cover. Good job.
Absolutely.
Good job. Thank you so much for that. All right, so we are at 11:57, and DA, what I'm going to ask you to do is give me your links. If there's any shout out you want to do, all of that kind of fun stuff, go ahead.
Okay. My website is darkwaterfiction.com. And you can find me at DA Roberts at darkwaterfiction.com. I'm also on Twitter, which at DA Roberts Author. or D.A. Roberts Author on Facebook. I encourage anybody to me if there's, my blog, you can find that through my website. My blog has author tips on there, and granted, I'm not Stephen King, but I know what's worked for me, and I'm more than happy to share any knowledge I've gathered through the last few years of doing this. So things I've learned, tips that I've picked up, I've shared on my blog. So if anybody everyone wants to know what things I've done that have worked for me, they can find them there. But most everything is done through darkwaterfiction.com, and you can always find me there. And the shout out I would want to give would be my wife Annette, who I couldn't have done this. She's my inspiration, my rock, my editor, my biggest critic, and never been even in the slightest bit afraid to say, "That's stupid. You need to fix that," which I've needed from time to time. My shout out would be to my wife of 25 years.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. All right, we are going to move over to Matt. Now, Matt, you've been here since the beginning of the show, and we do have 1 hour left. We have our last guest here, and you are more than welcome to see if you want to sit for this, or if you need to go. I understand. DA, I realize that you've been working very, very, very long hours, and if you want to go, you may. And Druscilla, if you would like to stay, I would love to have you. If you need to go, then go up to the top and click the red courtesy phone. And but don't do it before I introduce our brand new guest here, Bailey Hunter, and she's one of my ZPR Live 500 for this year, bringing on 500 new guests for a crazy reason, because why not? Let me think. I'm going to introduce her too. This is Mr. D.A. Roberts. I can't say. I must be getting tired because I said Mr. I never call you Mr. But this is D.A. Roberts, and D.A., this is Bailey Hunter.
Pleased to meet you.
Bailey, it's nice to meet you.
Good. We have Matt Hay, and this is Bailey Hunter.
Pleased to meet you. Thank you. And from across the pond, far, far away.
And then we have...
Hi, Bailey. I'm from Scotland. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Good. And then we have the lovely Druscilla Morgan. She is calling in from Australia. Bailey Hunter.
G'day, Bailey.
And good night from here.
I know, right? All right. So while I'm going to get your information, Bailey, I am going to go have you introduce yourself and say what it is that you create, and give us a little bit of information about your latest work. Go.
My name is Bailey Hunter, obviously. I run a small publishing company called Dark Recesses Press. We've been in business since 2005. Came out from an idea, and we've just sort of plugged along. Initially, we were a magazine, and we put out 13 issues. And then in 2013, I sort of put everything down for a year, and then came back and started publishing books. We have 4 titles out right now. Our most recent title is from Vince Churchill, and it is called Midnight Eternal. I don't know if you can see this or not. Yeah, there we go. I'd show the book itself, but unfortunately my author has not sent me my signed copy yet. So do you hear that, Vince? Yeah, I'm talking to you. At any rate, but it is an anti-hero novel. It's a horror thriller. I would say that it is probably one of the darkest ones that we have and carry at this moment. It is full of sex and violence and drama and thrills and adventure. People seem to really like it, which is great. It's illustrated throughout. It's by Ken Leonard, and it really sort of harkens to kind of that old gritty comic book type of feel. And yeah, that's our most recent one.
Very cool. So what do you guys think about that so far?
That sounds interesting.
Sounds awesome to me.
Mm,
All right.
really interesting.
Yeah, I like what I have been hearing from the Camp Bailey Hunter publishing house. The people seem to really enjoy what she is bringing to them, and your authors have a very high respect for you, which I enjoy because there's companies out there that are not exactly like that. So thank you for that.
My authors are very important to me. I want them to be happy because we're all a team. In my world, they're part of a family. So any authors that come on board with Dark Recesses Press, they're part of a family, and it's important to me that they're happy and that they succeed because their success is our success. So
we are interested in finding out, first, are you taking submissions, and if so, in what genres? And if not, then we'll go on to the next subject.
we are not open for submissions right now. We are looking at reviving the magazine in the fall, so keep an eye on our website because there will be an open submission call probably within the next month and a half to 2 months.
I would like you to now talk about your latest publication and whom it was for, and give us a little bit of it, what it's about.
Okay, that was Midnight Eternal. That is the most recent one that we have out. Vince Churchill is actually, I have 3 of his books right now. Each one is very different. Hello, Fluffy Kitty.
I'm being suffocated by that. Sorry.
When he brought that, he's been working on that. He had been working on that idea for some time. He really wanted it to be an illustrated piece. We looked at several different artists, and he and Ken worked really well together. Ken really understood what Vince wanted in terms of style and vision. So that was fantastic. It's very dark. The story is about an anti-hero named Midnight, and through like a freak accident, he's fighting his arch nemesis, who is a demon called Old Scratch. And through a freak accident, a lightning strike, they somehow, Midnight dies and inhabits Old Scratch's body. And now he is in his body, and he has to find a way to end the war that's currently there right now, that's going on. I want to let me just pull up the better synopsis that we have for this.
Thank you.
When St. Angeli's greatest protector, Midnight, squares off in a fight to the death against his arch enemy, Old Scratch, a lightning strike triggers the impossible. Midnight awakes in the demon's body, and he is soon hunted by a group of superheroes led by his ex-lover, Catfight. His erratic behavior also sparks a mutiny within his own evil empire. Trapped in an insane new reality, he devises a reckless plan to eradicate crime in his beloved metropolis, but can he survive long enough to see it through? And that is the tale, and off it goes.
Woo!
Yes.
All right. Okay, so let me see. You have a July release of Fall to Rise by Lucas Peterson.
That's correct.
Horror novel. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about that one because it's coming out, and we want you.
Give me a little essence of it.
Just a little tiny bit. Okay, Mason Black is a child of tragedy. There's a plane crash in which he loses both his parents, and he hears a voice that says, "I can bring them back. Would you like that?" And that voice is obviously not a good voice. And as a child, he says yes. And he lets in a demon who uses him in a very dark and twisted way. He's a serial killing demon. And as he grows, and he's been dealing with this, and then he finally thinks he's going to get released from it by dying. And then along comes an angel. who decides to wear him like a meat suit as well. Not all angels are good. And this is his fall to rise as he goes from one extreme to another extreme. And it's definitely a horror novel. And yeah, there'll be more better descriptions coming out, but that's coming out July. We are looking to have that beautiful thing out for the Scares That Care charity weekend. Debuting it there when I go.
Yeah. Okay, DA has to go lay down because he's really tired.
I heard that.
Yeah, I appreciate you, DA. Go get some rest. Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Love
Thanks
you.
for having me on, Jackie.
Rest well.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, go ahead and click the red courtesy phone up at the top of the screen, and it'll take you out.
And there you
Bye. Check them out. All right. Thank you for that. All right, so now we're going to go over, you've got 2 other new releases slated for this year. U.S.A. by is it Gillian Deuce?
Yes. It's Nuada by Gillian Deuce, and it's a it's mythology. Nuada is a king, and it's an old Irish myth. It's an interesting myth if you want to look it up. We're just sort of in the process of working that over. It's one of the books that came over with the acquisition of Bellfire Press. It was already slated to be published, so I said, yes, absolutely. Well, we're not going to drop her in the middle of nowhere. That's the whole purpose of the acquisition, is to help everybody find a new home. So
right.
It'll be interesting to see that out. We're working, it's with an editor right now, and then we're also reworking the cover. So
very cool. All right, and then you have a YA novel by G.G. Nielsen.
Yeah.
And give me a little bit about that.
That one has a very strong First Nations theme. It's a young man named Toby who can speak with the animals and the birds, and it's a very spiritual, and he's going through his own thing, and he's trying to discover a path, and he's speaking with the animals, and they're going to guide him throughout this thing. And it sounds very interesting to me. I'm actually very happy. She was not so sure initially because with the horror publication if she would fit, but as soon as she explained to me, I was like, absolutely, there is definitely a home for you here.
Right. Well, I will tell you too that I have some interesting background with that particular subject matter, and what I believe and what I know a lot of my friends that actually live that path believe is that before everything got so convoluted, we were able to actually talk with these animals, and there was free communication. We understood each other, and then something happened, and it made it so that we were brought farther and farther away from that. So I would be very interested in seeing how this particular work develops. I like the idea too that it is a YA, and that's going to be good so my kids could read it.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. We also have another one that's actually already made. We're just going to be re-releasing it, which is also a young adult youth novel, and we're quite excited to have that as well. I'm very, very happy to have some YA work now.
Absolutely. Do either one of my guests have any questions so far for Bailey?
I'm actually fascinated by the crossover between, how did you feel that last novel, that one with the animals, and fit with your company? What was it that actually spoke to you about that?
I like the idea that the fantastical of it and the spirituality of it. I think that's fabulous. It's just this side of what we consider reality, right? The world is this is our reality, but the world is really so much bigger. And because I know that the young man goes through some trials and tribulations, and then he has this ability, which helps him. to me, that seems like a perfect fit. Like I consider Dark Recesses Press a speculative fiction,
Right.
you know, but with a dark meaning, so that we're not just limited to horror. We're limited to all that area, that very wide perspective. And I think that's you need to be that way. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Matt, do you want to take anything with this?
Yeah. As a publisher, what is it you look for in your authors when they do submit work to you?
Well, first of all, I want them to have actually edited their work. You know, like I want them to know that they've taken some time and put some effort into it. They haven't just written it out and thrown it at me, because that does happen. I actually really also take a look and see how they promote themselves and how they speak them, because being a small press, I need my authors to be able to promote themselves. You know, and that doesn't mean that they have to have every other post is a sales post. That's not necessary. They are a brand themselves. So I want them to be able to represent themselves and brand themselves and be able to look like I know that they're going to talk to their local bookstores and see about setting up readings and stuff, because I don't live where you live. Right. So how am I supposed to know what your local bookstores and stuff are? So those are the kinds of things that are important to me when I bring on a new author.
Very cool. And I understand that wholeheartedly. I won't tell you why. I'm not going to go into that. But I get that.
I digress. No.
you guys, right? And but yeah, definitely I digress. We want to moving along. All right. So the resurrection of Dark Recess Press magazine of short fiction, nonfiction, and art this fall. You're currently looking to expand your slashers. Say that 5 times fast.
I know, it's difficult, isn't it? So much.
and then your slush readers, which. And what this means is that they're going to go and read the submissions that are put to this magazine and hopefully get through them quickly so that you can produce on a timely fashion. What do you look for in a slasher reader?
Yes. Slasher. That's it. See, I have a hard time with it. Basically, we want, I feel that this is something that's good for somebody who is either just starting out writing, because it allows them to see the various types and styles of writing, also to see what good writing is and bad writing is. Because as you start to read a lot of different kinds of work, you really start to see where things work and they don't work. And at first you might not know why, but the more you read, the more you understand why something works and why something doesn't. And this is knowledge you can take with you when you decide to start writing really seriously. I also, obviously, people who understand the basics of grammar and spelling and all that sort of thing, because this is important, but it's not as important to me as understanding, being able to see how something works or doesn't work. It's important, but I mean, it's not, we have editors for that. So like the final, you know, if a story is good, if it needs a bit of work, even though it's a good story, I will go over that, because we can fix the mechanics, right? We can't fix good story versus bad story. Right. They also have to have the time to be able to read between 3 and 5 stories a day. Now they may not have to read that many, but they have to at least have the ability to do that. And some stories may only be 500 words. Some stories are going to be 5,000 words. So we need them to be able to dedicate that amount of time. We actually have a questionnaire. If you go to our website, under submissions, there's actually a questionnaire. They click the link and they can fill out the questionnaire, and it asks some very pointed questions. It's not difficult. It just allows us and allows them to see what we're asking them to do. But yeah, we'd like to have at least 5, because they're going to go through and cull it. They're not going to go through and pick the final ones, but they're going to cull it and get rid of the ones that just definitely don't fit. Right. And then then my editor and I will go through and we'll review the final ones and, make some further cuts that way.
All right, give me the website address since we're on that subject.
It's darkrecessespress.com. Now,
Very cool.
There is an issue. If you just type darkrecesses.com, you will go to our very old site, which unfortunately I missed picking up the renewal by about a month, and someone in Czechoslovakia picked it up, or when it was still Czechoslovakia, it's now the Czech Republic, picked it up, and they won't release it, and they won't talk to me, and they won't take my old data down. So it's very frustrating. So darkrecessespress.com is where you want to go. And then, you can go and look at the submissions page. And if you're going to be a slush reader, that would be where you want to go.
All right. So you are going to be in attendance at the CARE Charity Weekend in Williamsburg, Virginia, July 21st through the 23rd of this year. ScaresAtCaresWeekend.com is a great place to be able to check out who is going to be vendors there, whom will be vendors there. And so you're going to be a vendor there. It's a great cause, you say. Really looking forward to these amazing people that create in movie, TV, and writing industries. Why is it important to be able to get out to these conventions as much as you can, whether you are a spectator or a vendor?
Whether you're a spectator, a vendor, a writer, it's important because you need to network. You need to network because while you're out there, you may find a mentor. You may you may network with somebody who's going to help you and lead you and meet you and introduce you to other people who will advance your career or advance your skills. Like this Scares the Care Charity Weekend, I get to, not only do I know that the money that I'm spending to have a vendor's table and for the convention itself is going to a great cause, which is helping for providing funding for childhood illness, burns, and was it breast cancer?
Yes.
Right. Families that are affected by these things. It's the money's going towards helping them rebuild their lives. I'm also going to be in a situation where I'm going to have media presence, where there's going to be like TV personalities and movie personalities and all that sort of thing. So fans are coming through and they're going to come for this, and then they're going to come by and they're going to see the books as well. So I'm expanding our fan base. I'm making sure that my authors are reaching a wider audience by doing that. If you're a writer, just the networking alone is really important. I mean, my first convention in San Francisco in 2006, and I knew no one. I really knew virtually no one. Everybody that I had known at all was online. Mm-hmm. Since that time, I have met some very important people who have been very, very helpful and supportive. We've grown so much because of that. Like just being able to do that and knowing who I can go to if I have a question.
Right.
And as an author, the same thing, just knowing it creates such a wide network for you to be able to grow.
There is always somebody that knows more than you about a particular subject. And so the best thing to do is be able to go and talk to them about what you need to learn so that you can accomplish what you're trying to do.
And listen. You go when they're socializing, because there's social events at almost every con.
Right.
You go, saddle up. If you're nervous, if you're shy, just saddle up, stand, and listen. Because the conversations that are going on between people who have, years and years of experience, you can pick up stuff and then you can ask a question. You can interject yourself a lot easier, because it can be intimidating when you've got Joe Hill there, or you've got Joe Lansdale, and you've got Brian Keene, and you've got, all these names that and you've seen, and all of a sudden you're this far away from, like talking to these people, and you're just like, it can be very intimidating. But if you listen, they become people.
Right.
They're not names anymore. They're people. And then you can start asking questions and learning more about everything.
Very good. Matt, what do you think about that?
Fantastic. I think you're spot on. The only way you're going to learn and improve your craft is by talking to people and by continuing to write. And learning every time I write something, I learn something new. Every time I speak to another author, whether it be online or in person. And with regards to Scares That Cares, Optimus Maximus Publishing is going to be there as well.
Yes.
Christina Hargis Smith, who's our.
You're gonna have to shake hands and say hi.
Yeah, along with authors Maura Atkins, Butler, Ricky Fleet, and Scott Karuba. They're all going to be there as well. And I think it's great because it's a chance for authors, for publishers, just to get out there, to meet people, to meet fans, to meet other authors. And I certainly, once I'm slightly more established, plan to get out in the convention scene in the UK and go out and meet people and network. I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. All right. So you are also a cover designer, or a graphic designer, I should say, because I'm sure you do more than just covers. Talk to us about what kinds of things you go through when you get someone who says, I need you to make a cover. What do you need from them before you can go about working out a design?
Some people that I work with are super easy, and they already have, you know, their basic concept of what they want and everything else. And I find that anthologies are always a little bit more challenging than just a single novel, because we can't just pull an image, you know, like or whatever. And then other people have no clue. So what I do is I get them to give me a synopsis, and I'll take their novel and their short stories or whatever, and I'll read and I'll say, okay, this is, I'm pulling this and this and this, and then I throw it together and say, what do you think? And go from there. And sometimes it works out great, bam, first time, sometimes not. And then I start again, but it's fun. I enjoy it. I really do enjoy it. I'm actually working on a cover right now it's causing me a little bit of grief, but it's when it's done, it'll be fabulous. So it's good. Actually, I work with another publisher because I've done all the horror library covers. We usually select a piece of art and then build the cover around that. This is the first time that I actually created the cover right from scratch, which was interesting. But with the sale of the cutting block press and whatnot, I was a little concerned I might not be doing the horror library covers anymore, but the publisher and I get along really well, and he was gracious enough to keep me working on issues. I still have my hand, because I was one of the founding members of the horror library way back when, and so it's very near and dear to my heart.
We have Druscilla Morgan here with us, who also understands the plight of creating graphic design for folks who have work. Go ahead, Druscilla, and chime in, please.
Oh, well, pretty much what Bailey said there. Every author and publisher is different. Some have their specific ideas. I've done a few anthology covers, but I generally tend to get around the problem of the different stories by basing it on a theme. So I haven't found them too difficult to date. I generally also ask for a synopsis. I will often ask for a character description of the main characters. I try to get a feel of at least, well, the type of thing that the novel's about and the essence of the novel. And sometimes you have to work to theme. If there's nothing there, I've had a couple of novels that have been so broad in their base that I've almost had to go to theme overall, even over the actual plot or synopsis. So it can be really challenging. I make pre-mades as well, and they're fun because I can just let loose and have a bit of fun with it. But I do love the commission work. I did design a novel, the cover for my own novel, which was great. But that was actually the most challenging because, in a sense, I was too close.
Yeah.
And I had to try and step back a bit. It's easier to design for someone else often. And yeah, I see you nodding there, Bailey. It really is a lot easier.
I designed, most of the covers for Dark Recesses, the publications that we've put out, all the ones that we've done, except for the artwork for Midnight Eternal. And
you found that easier. Yeah. So
All right.
look, I love my graphic work, and I try to find it hard to balance. That's all with the writing.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're hearing me.
Yeah, very, very cool. All right, so I have something that I've been rattling around in my head and was working on before things changed, using live models that depict characters within the book, so that that is a real person and not just some stock photo that you found. And what is your input about doing that, Bailey?
We are actually looking at that possibility with the future book. The book itself is, it's more very adult themed, and so we were looking at the character that we want. We'd like to actually do a photo shoot specifically of certain scenes with the same person and have it very much as a visual representation of what's happening throughout the book. So it'll be a multiple of photos. And they will be placed throughout the book.
Yes, yes. All right. So I always have tons of ideas, things running around in my head, and especially if I'm up on my game and I'm feeling better, and I'm finally now, after all that time, starting to get more ideas. We had done some live character shoots for some memes, and the response for those were amazing, because it wasn't just I'm the most famous man in the world and blah blah blah, and this is what I do and yada yada, and I mean, it's stale. Here is something else that I have learned in my travels through the marketing things, because I read lots of marketing ideas. Big boxes are looking for people to do more of this type of indie covers and indie expressions of whatever it is that they're creating. Live scene shots are very good. We could get characters, place them in a particular area, do some interesting thing with the background, and boom, you've got a nice meme to carry you into allowing for the people to be more captured by what's going on, instead of just putting a picture up and throwing some words on there. You give it some life to it. And people who are buying product now, even like outside of book industry, in regular multimedia things, like with particular, I don't want to say the name of the companies, but the soda pop and all that kind of stuff. They're doing more of that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it backfires, but you won't know if it's going to do either if you don't do it. And it's really important to do that. What do you think about doing that with memes and with self-promotion of works? Bailey?
If you're using yourself and you're promoting, then yeah. I think that if you tie yourself to a specific picture, if it works, then that's great. Like depending on what it is you're attaching it to, like say it's a character for a novel or whatever. If you decide to choose a real person to depict somebody in your book, you've now taken away that level of imagination. Like maybe it doesn't look like what somebody else thought, even though they have the basic description.
Okay.
You're changing things on them, right? So that's the difference between a movie and a book in a lot of ways. Is a movie takes away your imagination. It's fun. But you're going with what they're saying. You don't. There's no room for, she has red hair. Well, what color of red? Is it like a darker shade? Is it a white lighter shade? That sort of thing. I find that. So for my own personal thing, for self-promotion, absolutely put your face everywhere, man. Get it out there. You're like, you are your brand, right? Put that out there. But if you're going to be depicting your characters and stuff, keep it nondescript. I would say keep it as nondescript as you can. Like better to do a side shot or a back shot or something like that, where you're not forcing this face.
So if you're going to do it, there are other considerations to take in. We're not saying not do it. We're just saying think about what you're doing.
That's right. If you're having a model who's going to be representing your brand, then that makes sense, right?
Right.
Absolutely, because now you have
the whole thing going on. Mm-hmm.
Right. But if you are doing it specifically for one book or one character, once you do that, you've made it so that that's who that face is, and
right.
So work for some, but not for everybody.
Right. Okay, so think about what you're doing there. All right. So, what are some things that you have that are really important in your indie publishing industry that you want people to know about?
Aside from what's happening, there's so much going on right now.
No.
Well, like I had mentioned earlier, the acquisition of Bellfire Press. It's another press here in Canada. We brought over 20 new titles. Well, they're new to Dark Recesses. They're not all new titles, and they're going to be being released probably over the next month and a half, because I have to reissue all the ISBNs, and then I have to get them all ready, and I'm redoing some of the covers as well, just to update and refresh and make them fresh and new and happy. I want to be able to take as many of those copies, like many of those books as I can, to the Scares That Care as well, just so that they're there and everybody has the ability to grab that. We've got, like I said, the Lucas Peterson's novel that's definitely going to be out in July, and then 2 other novels that will be coming out this year. And then Vince Churchill, who's actually was the first author that we acquired. He will be, we're going to be re-releasing his very first novel. We're going to update it, refresh it, make a few minor changes. We don't want to change the story too much because it's pretty wicked. But we're going to definitely give it a new face and polish it up, because, he's not the same writer he was way back when. And then we're going to re-release that as well. That'll probably be much later in the year. So there's that. The magazine. I'm very excited to be able to bring back the magazine. That's where we started. And I have a very, very, very strong, fun affinity for the short story. I always have. I love the talent and the work that's required to be able to tell a story in 5,000 words or less. And I'm actually I really enjoy flash fiction, because I know how hard it is to tell a story in that short of a space. So I want the magazine is a place to be able to do that, to provide a home for short stories. And I don't look at your bio. So when people send in stuff, your bio is irrelevant to me. I don't care what you've published. I don't care if you've published a million things or nothing, because all I care about is what's in front of me.
Right. And that there is something that is a bit unique to you, because a lot of people, they go, we want your bio, we want all this other stuff. What have you done? What have you haven't done? And they tend to be rather sticklish about whether or not they're going to take you based on that. But I love this. This is a very nice, fresh approach here. And so I know that Matt is like, oh my goodness, I want to say something. So Matt writes short stories, and they're in horror genre. And right now he has 2 short stories with Optimus Maximus. Go ahead, Matt. Talk to us a little bit about the essence of writing a short story and what it is that you feel that you need to put into the short story before you will put it out there.
It comes down to being able to tell the story in that short format. You've got something in your head, and you need to watch that what's in your head doesn't become this big elongated mess. You need to learn how to chunk that down. So where you maybe in cases want to sit there with all this fantastic character description, all this fantastic descriptive prose, chop it down.
Yep.
Not relevant to the story, get rid of it. Basically, you want to engage your reader in your story. You want them to be engaged from the start. And in the story you're trying to tell, your characters are trying to tell, brief character descriptions, quickly develop the character as you're going, get the reader engaged in it, and make them want to know what happens by the time they hit that end of that 5,000 words or however long that story is. And that's the kind of key of it. The thing I found is that you're not wanting, you want something somebody's interested in that'll keep them engaged for that amount of time. You're not want to read a couple of pages and go, this is crass, and just chuck it away.
Right. Druscilla, what do you think? Do you have any short stories and that experience?
Yes, actually, that was my proving ground. That's where I learnt most, because I think writing a short story refines your actual writing. You have to, well, in a short story, I think the most important thing is to start close to the action. You can afford to waffle around a bit in a novel, but you can't waffle around in a short story. So you start close to the action. You have to establish characters very quickly, and really you have to cut anything that doesn't move the story along. So it is a really great proving ground for authors. And in actual fact, I was speaking to someone last night that wanted to write, and I suggested they start with short stories. I said, if you submit your short stories, there's plenty of anthologies out there that are looking, and it will teach you what you need to know. And I have loved my short stories. There was one I did based on Rudolph Valentino, which is still one of my favorites. And I learned a lot just in writing that story alone. And sometimes, it's been a short story which has been 500 words, 1,000 words, right up to 7,000 words. And I've done a little bit of flash fiction, which, as Bailey said, is so challenging. That is massively challenging to condense and get the essence of a story in just a few words sometimes. I love those ones that are like 2 sentences. And you've got to tell a story in 2 sentences. I love those. I find them really hard to do, but I love them. And I admire anyone that can do them, because that is the essence of good writing. That is being able to distill what is important and bring it out in such a powerful way that your reader can relate in those 2 sentences. And be it 2 sentences or 1,000 words or whatever, it needs to move along quickly, get to what's important, and draw your reader in. Those are the 3 things it has to do. Absolutely. And that takes skill. That takes skill.
So I went to a convention last year. It was Horror Hotel in Mentor, Ohio. And I knew I was going to be watching indie films. There are some full features. Then there were some that were short length. But then I learned something about microfilm. And that micro is like a minute or less. And what they're doing, I had never seen anything like it before, but it was amazing to see something start out, develop, and boom, finished, and you got it, the whole thing right there. I understand everything there.
Yeah. That's it. I don't know if you guys have heard of Tropfest at all.
Not yet.
Tropfest. I love Tropfest. It's an Australian film festival. and it's a short film festival, and you have to condense an idea pretty effectively into a very short film. And it's one of my, I really would love to write a screenplay for Trop Fest, because I think that would be a lot of fun and I'd learn a lot and it would be a challenge. So I actually do have something in the works with someone, and maybe that will happen one day. But that is an example, maybe not of microfilm, but certainly of the same challenging idea of bringing something powerful very quickly.
Green, I tried to write a screenplay and I just could not get my brain around it. It's like, you've taken away all the good stuff.
No, right?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Yeah, it is. But it's amazing when it gets put out there, and if it's done well, then you're like, wow, this has opened up a whole new kind of thing.
That's my brother does that sort of stuff. He's in the film stuff, so.
Very cool. All right, so let me see where I can take you now. I know, right? I've got all right, so Bailey, when before you started doing the press and the magazine, before you started doing that, what kind of films were influencing you? What were you doing around the time when you first initially started the magazine?
Well, okay, not even film-wise. Initially, I was writing for the horror library. I was writing short fiction, 1 a month, to be out for people, because it was like early stages of what an e-zine would have been. And so I was putting out fiction, short fiction every month, and then we looked at creating something offline, and it didn't work out for them, but I thought, well, I can do that. I'll do that myself. My mother said that was my favorite words when I was a child. I'll do it myself. And so, but for me, horror, the movies, the film that really sort of inspires me tends to be more British. British horror is, to me, by far and away, leaps and bounds better than anything that we can find over here. Although I will say Norwegian film, I have come to find, is really dark and yet hilarious sometimes. Their version of funny is just boggles my mind. It's fantastic. But I'm much more atmospheric. I like things to sort of just creep up my spine and just start scratching at my brain and making me uncomfortable, but it's not in my face, right? I can watch a slasher flick and it's okay, but in the reality is that after the third body, I don't care anymore. Like, I'm bored, because it's just death, right? It's just death. And while that sounds pretty callous, the reality is that I don't care how many different ways, although I will say Saw was interesting. Because it was new and it was different, and it's the same when I first watched Nightmare on Elm Street. I love that movie. I still love the concept of that movie, because it was new and it was different. It was terrifying because there was somebody could get to you in a space where you should have been safe. And that's the kind of thing that I really enjoy. And that's, for me, that's what I like. For me, that's horror, is where something can get you in a space where you're supposed to be safe. And, you know, if you're going to give me a serial killer, I want to know more about the serial killer. I want to know who that person is. I want to know why they do what they do. I want to understand the mechanism that makes them tick, 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 tick. Even if, because, oh, they're a killer. Okay, but why? Why are they a killer? What draws them? What makes them? I mean, are they making art? Is that why they're doing what they do? Are they trying to kill something in themselves? Is that what it is? I need to know that. I don't care how they do it. I mean, I kind of want to know why they do it. So that, for me, is what drives me, and is much more interesting and much more inspiring when I watch it.
Exactly. All right. So Matt, same thing for you.
What was the question again?
Film and films, before you started actually writing or producing something that was for sale in any way, what kind of films were influencing you in the genre, or maybe not the genre?
To be honest, I worked as a cinema manager and in a cinema as an usher for about 8 years, and part of that was you rewatch films quite a number of times. So the general film industry, some cases, got boring. I think I was lucky that I got to see Candyman when it first came out. And that was one that I enjoyed, because the one thing about Candyman is that it actually made me jump in my seat at one point, and that was the point where I kind of reached through the mirror at them, and that's the sort of thing I want, is a film that's just basically going to make me jump and give me that surprise element. So I enjoyed Candyman for that. I like the zombie genre, so things like Zombie Flesh Eaters, fantastic. It's just love watching good zombie films. I like the classic horror as well. Before I was writing, please watch the original Boris Karloff, The Mummy, which is absolute joy to watch. And just some real classic Dracula, Frankenstein from the 60s. They're really good films as well. So
good.
Yeah, but I seem to be drawn more to the indie films as well recently. One of the guys, one of the authors that's in Maximus Shock, Emir Scalogna, he's done a smashing wee film called The Butcher. And I like gore, I do like slashers, but they do get repetitive. The Butcher had taken it to levels that I've not seen before, and genuinely impressed with the way he did it in such a short budget. So yeah, I do like that. And there is a film I've got at the moment, which is purchased before I went on holiday, which I plan to watch this week, called Train to Busan, which I've heard a lot.
I saw that film. I love that film. Oh my God, I can't. And everybody, I have not met one person, and I know a lot of people that have seen this film. They love it. Love it. You got to see this.
I'm terrified of zombies, so I generally.
Oh, you gotta
so much longer to watch anything with zombies in it, especially if they're medical/science zombies. If they're magical, not so bad. I can deal with magical zombies, but if it's science or medical created, yeah, no, that can happen, man. I don't know. That makes me uncomfortable.
Right, brave, like the rotting flesh coming off them and shambling out.
That part doesn't bother me. The fact that they're relentless. They do not stop. They can never stop.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is probably most terrifying to me.
I love that film. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. You gotta see it. I will get her to see that film before this year is out. I will get her to see it.
Still, my author Vince is still trying to get me to read some of his stories beyond the point where the zombies come in. So I get all his books. He signs them, and he's like, "You should read this. You'll really like it."
Train to Busan has said that Train to Busan is the most amazing zombie film they have seen.
It is.
And
it's amazing.
Really good things.
Absolutely amazing. Druscilla, have you seen it yet?
No, and I'm going to now.
You've got to see this. You know what?
I have to.
I tell you what.
It's a mission.
At least I'm going to do a 1 hour segment at least with people who have seen this film. And I want to really pick it apart and just kind of talk about the different kinds of things that happen, because it is such a well done piece, and we can learn a lot from it. You're going to be amazed.
It's a mission to watch it now. It's an absolute mission. I'm going to watch it.
And I'll probably watch it in 2 years when I've been desensitized enough to it. Walking Dead was in the 4th or 5th season before I finally started watching it. So
That's you're all right. We'll get you. So we were talking earlier in the show about the importance of having like a tagline or some sort of theme that helps the creative keep going. And for us, we have our tagline. Zombiepalooza Radio Live's tagline is "It's infectious."
Huh?
Well, that makes sense, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
even though we have moved into horror genre, it still remains the same, because for people who really enjoy that, once they see a good work, or once they read a good work, or they see someone create in that, special effects, music, whatever it is, they're hooked. That's it. They're in.
Right.
Very cool. All right, so we are now at 12:52 a.m. What I would like is to go to each person who is here and give them a little bit of time. I would like to know what you think about being on this show, and I'm going to save Matt for last, so because he's been with us all the way through. Druscilla, what do you think about this particular show this evening?
Okay, now I'm going to say I love this format. Now, you and I actually did talk about this format at one point. I don't know if you recall. And I love the idea then when you mentioned it. I think it's great that we have different authors right here that we can discuss things live. I think that's just genius. I think it's a great idea, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I enjoyed our previous interview, don't get me wrong, loved it. Always love your questions. I think you get to the heart of the matter for any creative, and I think that's just brilliant. So it's added an extra dimension to have other authors here, other creatives, you know, Bailey's here. I mean, it's lovely to get this perspectives, and I think that adds to what you were already doing, and I think the idea has worked. I'm going to say that straight up now. It has worked beyond my expectations. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I love the show.
Thank you. Give me your link to your latest work.
Okay. Blood of Nyx can be found on Amazon.com. If you're in Australia, you can purchase the Kindle version on Amazon Australia, and it is under Blood of Nyx. And you can also find my author page there and Roy's author page on Amazon. So you can go there. Also, I have Facebook pages, Druscilla Morgan author, Druscilla Morgan artist, book covers by Druscilla Morgan, and the Blood of Nyx page.
Thank you for that. All right, we're going to go over to Bailey Hunter.
It's been a lot of fun. It's great that I can actually talk to people. I love talking to people around the world. I just love talking to other people in the business and just getting their opinions and ideas and thoughts. I actually tuned in and had you playing since probably about 9 o'clock. I popped in earlier and then I saw you had a little bit of trouble, and then I popped back in later, just hearing you while I'm doing my own things here. It's been fun. It's been great to hear everybody's thoughts and what's going on. The format is easy. This is really easy. It was really easy for me anyway. Maybe I'm just lucky, but it was really, really easy. So that was nice. I'm getting comments. I'm getting little messages from a couple of friends saying, "You look great." It's nice.
That's good. It's nice.
It is nice, and I'm really grateful that my friends are supportive and are willing to pop by and take a look. It's been a lot of fun, and if you want to have me back at some point later on down in the road after you connected with your 500, I'd be happy to join again, because I think this is great.
We are going to be tapping a new resource over at Dark Recesses Press. And you'll be hearing from me. All right, so Matt, this man has been with me for the entire 5 hours, which is absolutely amazing.
Impressive, yes, very impressive. I was impressed to see you still here.
Bravo.
What do you think about what we're doing here, what your experience was, and yeah, go.
Well, to start with, dawn has broken and it's daylight outside, so it's 6 here about. I've went through the night, which is quite cool. I've absolutely loved being on the show. It's been great. I've been able to chat to everyone. Duncan, DA, Druscilla, Bailey, they're all lovely people. I love the interactive format. Everyone can get to chat to each other. And the questions from yourself, Jackie, has been really in-depth, challenging. It's made me think. I know it's made the other guests think, and it's just great to see everyone's personality. I've picked up tips. I've learned, and I'm seeing what other people are doing, and I think that's fantastic. And there's some really, really nice people on here. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Likewise, yeah.
All right, I am sans dead door William, who usually takes us out, but what I would like Matt to do, I know, bless your heart, you are so tired right now, but what I would love for you to do, if you would grace me with the ability to do, is have Sean Connery step in and take us out for the night. What would Sean Connery say about Zombiepalooza Radio, and how would he take out the show?
Thank you, Jackie. Well, Zombiepalooza Radio is a fantastic show. It's an absolute pleasure to have been on. I was definitely promoting to other people. And Mr. Bond loves it too.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. This has been Zombiepalooza Radio Live with Sean Connery signing in and signing out too. Good night, folks. You have a good day and a good evening and a good morning wherever you are. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jackie. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.